Match found.
I don't think I'm high enough level for ranked. I do ranked though. Admiral, I'm used to playing Apex.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Aiming is so much easier in Valor. I just gotta get those flicks better. But also, I'm on a wood top. This is my mouse, thankfully, but... It is dumb that you have to stop moving. You can unlock 2 agents for free. I'll stay for where I at right now. Sova.
You'll have your intel, I promise.
You haven't played a game in like 6 months? Jesus.
Revealing area.
Well, that didn't work out.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, close one.
That's a good run.
Was that toxic? Very? You're really gonna get banned for that? I played Frostbank for Sunday. Oh, yeah, it's pretty stressful. It's a fun game though.
Satchel out.
One enemy
Get
remaining.
teabag. Okay, teabag. You get banned. Okay. Oh, good to know, Nick. Thank you. God, what a dumb game! You have to stand still.
Grenade. Satchel out. Okay, done. I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me
I'm not
know if you
gonna.
need
This will be my last game. I want to. I'll play some Frostpunk. I'll show you how to do that. I am fucking cracked at Frostpunk. Correct.
Scanning ahead.
should have stayed still. Is it FPS? No, it's RTS.
Watching here.
One enemy remaining.
Easy.
I expected better of them.
Anyone need something? Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler. Thank you. Keep them on the run.
Okay. Satchel out. Reloading. Grenade! Time to hunt.
Last player
down.
standing.
Oh, rip.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
I'm a loner. I don't need a team.
Seek some outs.
Enemy down.
Planted.
Get out of my way! Enemy spotted me.
Your fight was fair.
Last player standing.
Rip.
Whatever happens, Sakin, don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
Go on, team this time.
There.
No prisoners.
Time to hunt. Got him.
Oi! F the hunter!
You're done.
Killing.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I'm still hungry. They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
Hey, Echo. Oh, how do I drop this?
Reloading.
How do I drop it?
Out of
Oh.
charges.
Watching here.
Reloading.
G.
What
Watching
if you make
here.
some chaos?
Watching here.
What's in here?
Reloading.
Give it to someone else. Haha.
Bomb buddy out.
Cutting their vision.
Scanning ahead.
Awful
Mark
skin.
one. Listen up.
You are powerless.
You can shoot through walls?
One enemy remaining.
Half of the maps are
Did
made.
I get inside your head?
Whoa.
Weapon here.
Do you want to dance? I'll lead. Reloading.
Interesting. Yeah, this game has a steep learning curve.
We survive. Seek them out. Jets grounded. Multiple enemies mid. They're blind with fear.
Revealing it.
Killed my copy.
One enemy remaining.
For me. Spike planted.
Flawless.
Not bad.
Yeah, I'm definitely used to a fast-paced shooter.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to the enemy.
Not bad.
Impressive.
Take out their healer.
Kind of toxic. Fuck, I got sneeze.
One down. Great hit. Mark two.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, take a break, guys.
I don't do shit.
Gun here.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
How often do you see knife kills? And how many hits is it to kill someone with a knife?
What do you need?
Time to work.
Fire in the hole!
What? You shot me through that? One hit to the back, three to the front, I think.
Enemy spotted.
Bear, take them!
Spotted me.
Mark two.
Healing over here.
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out!
You can go.
Cutting their vision.
Oh,
Last player standing.
nice.
I'm buggered. We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Impressive.
Weird.
Embarrass them.
out of my way.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, that was...
Enemy spotted me. Here.
One enemy remaining.
that was quick.
Flawless.
Nothing's perfect.
These rounds are take forever. Like the games. Like I feel like you played like
Last
the
round
first of
in the
6.
half.
Buy all you need.
Jesus, so long.
Here. Who needs a weapon?
There.
Anyone need
No.
something?
No.
360 no scope a thing.
Nope. No.
Secular. Thank you.
Attackers win.
Thank God.
The day
I'm over it.
is
I'm over it.
done.
Alright. I'm going to show you how to survive. Alright, here's the premise of this game. Frostpunk. It's, I think like the 1920s, by the way. Thanks, I'm getting better. Appreciate it. It's like the 1920s. I can't remember. Maybe 1880s. And the world is cooling super fast. Sorry, heating up super fast. So they want to cool it down. So the scientists release this huge aerosol in the air. But they fuck up. And they've released too much of it, and it cools the air too much, and the entirety of the Earth has basically frozen over and is now a wasteland. So, you have to survive, and they make these huge coal engines in the middle of basically nowhere, and you build camps around it to survive, and you've got to rescue people, and it's super cool. So we're going to open it up endless mode. We're going to go hard. We're not going to do Rift. We're going to ease you guys into this. Let's go Snowdrift. Take out Random Hazards. We're going to start Medium. Medium's already hard as shit. I've never been able to beat Extreme. I've been able to beat hard. So, people who fall ill. So you have to balance food, medicine, heat, place for people to sleep. So a lot of crazy things. It's an intense game. You have to learn patterns to be able to, and like you have to make tough decisions to keep your people happy. They can also kick you out. So we're gonna start off slow here. All right, we're starting out slow. So on the left side here, we can construct tents, a medical post, cookhouse, hunting house. We have our resources, which is gathering post, resource depot, which gathering post just like helps gather up multiple items. So you have on the ground here, you have wood crates, you have coal piles, you have steel wrecks, and this is your engine you have to keep up and going. And then there's other resources on the ground. So over here you have a coal deposit, which is like unlimited coal. And then you have a bunch of like, there's trees here to cut down. It's a great game. I love it. You have tech. Workshop helps you research your technology. And this is like fun cosmetics that you don't want to do. All right, on the right side you have book of law. So adaptation. This is where you sign in laws. You have your health over here, you have food, you have people just like entertaining people, like fighting arenas, public houses, which is like, doing like prostitutes and stuff in there. You have corpse disposal, cemeteries, or whatnot. Hello, lovely ladies. And then we have, what you do with children and like labor laws. Then on the left side here, you can either go into, like, you gotta give people purpose, you gotta give hope. You think you know what's going on? All right, I'm giving you guys the full breakdown here. You can go up here to the crazy, like, religious people, or you can just really go into, like, the super authoritative, totalitarian thing. So, you'll get it, Danny. You'll get it. I'll show you. It's a great game. So, we're going to start out easy here. I am going to be cruel. I'm going to make children work. So they can do safe jobs, like gathering, medical thing, or like making food, stuff like that. So I want to put children to gather some wood. I want one team on coal and another team. Oh, we have population too. And then we get more people by sending scouts out to do this. So just start yelling when it's going bad and I'll be invested. Yep, sounds good. All right, and then we're gonna put one team of engineers on the steel wreck. So you have, my camera's a little. Oops. We'll go up here. Okay, actually, that's India. All right, so we have workers which do most of the laboring jobs, engineers more advanced jobs like medicine and research, and then children are like less than workers. So put engineers on the steel wreck in order for the rest on wood. Wood's very important, at least at the start. Build lots of things. And then I think that's all for wood. There we go. Alright, then up here we can have normal game speed, fast game speed, very fast game speed. I like fast game speed. Alright, they're gathering. We see our resources going up in the top left here. Right now we have 80 homeless people. So we'll get that solved. It's 10 wood per tent. I generally wait for them to have the off time. Off time is 1,800 hours, so it's off time. So we're gonna build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We wanna turn our heat on. Different levels of heat as temperature increases. A lot going on. Explaining a lot, but gets there. Slow progression. All right, I want to build a medical tent, and then I want to get 2 techs built. 1, 2. Enough wood to also do a cookhouse. All right, you got to build roads, connect everything. Road built. You know, if it's fun because I've got some extra, let's build more tent here. I'll improve shelter. This is like, oh no, we're getting angry. Give us some shelter. All right, providing shelter for everybody. Discontent is starting to creep up because there's no shelter. They're building them. All right, so we've got our. I'm not going to worry about our cookhouse right now. We've got our workshop ready to go. So I need to fill it with workers. Take my engineers off of the steel. Put them in there, and let's get faster. We're gonna research faster gathering. That's like you don't just go to that. All right, we're getting our medical tent up and running. Let's introduce another law. I'm gonna introduce emergency shift. I'm not gonna really use it though. It's gonna unlock a long shift. I'm gonna make everybody work super long shifts because I mean like that. I've learned from Maya. All right. All right, they're back to work at 8 a.m. They really should be getting to work at 6 a.m. Their whole life should be about work, obviously. Welcome to Alveus. This is called Alveus. Let's see. If I zoom out, I can't scroll out yet. All right. Now, I want to get exploration going, so I'm going to have a beacon. A beacon allows me to send out scouts to find people. Note, you cannot scold. A child got distracted at work and has been injured. The accident was not serious and happened entirely due to the child's carelessness. Give the kid day off. Scold the kid for being careless. Scold the kid for being careless. Don't be careless. Come on. Get back to work. My hope dropped because of that. Because that was mean. But that's okay. Wood crate depleted. So they've depleted that. So I've got 15 workers. I want to keep them on mostly wood here. New law to introduce. All right, I want to get this up into extended shift. Extended shift gives us a 14-hour workday. So now we're going to make everybody work super hard. So normally they're just going to 10 hour. We're doing 14 hours. Get to work. And they're mad. See, their discontent's going up. But they're not mad enough to do anything yet. They can kick you out and you lose the game. Workers' rights. All right. Discontent went super high because everybody's like, I don't want to work that much. Too bad. You're gonna die. If you don't work that much, you're gonna die. So, you know what? Yeah, F them kids. Get to work. Gotta live. Gotta survive. No, I'm not gonna have her. A mother has refused to let her daughter go to work, afraid she'll get injured. We could look the other way this time, but the others might see it as unfair. Let her have the day off. We won't make an exception. We won't make an exception. No. Alright, we got lots of wood. I like to put my beacons far out, as far as I can, really. Here's fine. Alright, we got 30 workers. Yeah, get off your butt and work. Some children on the coal. Alright, we got the beacon being built. Let's see with our weather. Oh, we got a 2 drop, -2 drop coming up in the top right here. So I want to get some heaters going. That is not good. Okay. Heaters going. I'm running out of wood. Coal over here. Steel wreckage. Put some. I gotta get some sawmills soon. Children on coal seems good. Exactly. Yeah. Where else do you put them? All right. Our beacon's built, so I'm gonna grab 5 workers and 40 woods. Create some scouts. We're gonna send them to abandoned sawmill. Takes them a day and 3 hours. You can upgrade it so it's faster, because eventually a huge storm comes and you have to survive that. Like nothing works during a huge storm. Alright, resources. We're gonna get a sawmill going. It's running out of wood pretty quickly. But we've got our heaters up. Alright, so people are getting hungry. Honestly, they don't need good food yet. So we're gonna give them some soup. Soup, you can feed more people with less food. Because I don't have any way to convert. I'm not gathering any food right now. So I don't need to yet. Take 5 children. I'm gonna take 2 children off of that coal. They're gonna be the lucky ones. They're gonna go to the cookhouse, but they're gonna work hard, and we're gonna do some soup. 1, 2. 2 children should be enough. All right, so I've got. I want to get some more steel. Let's clear the steel rack. Get to work. I played a lot of hours of this game. I love this game. Alright, sawmills made. Awesome. I want to get a steel work going. Because that means unlimited steel. Alright, I'm not going to destroy any resources here. I'm going to cut down a lot of trees, a lot of frozen trees. One of them has a brother back in the coal mines. He's alright. Yep. Alright, we got another 15 people open, so we're going to put you, Lucky Tin, in the sawmill. So it's warmer there. I guess it's lucky ones. So I've got 3 workers just chilling. So let's just 1, 2, 3. Put the other 3 children in the house just to speed up that cooking a little bit. Maybe turn children into food. The engineer works faster than normal workers. No, they don't. Nope, they're about the same. But they're specialized. Engineers can go to really any job, but only workshops and medical posts will take engineers. So, specialized. Alright, so it's cold. This is not operating because it's too cold. So we're going to throw on a heater on. I can't have, it is negative 40 degrees Celsius. That's really cold. So we can't, people are going to get frostbite. We leave them out here. And that just puts, not that I really care, but it just puts a huge burden on our infrastructure, our medical infrastructure. So that's a pain in the ass. And then they get mad. And, I mean, you're missing like a hand. Like, get over it. Get back over it. Come on. Again, learn from mine. Alright. We got plenty of coal over here, so. Gathering posts so they don't freeze to depth while they're gathering things. Gather post. Alright. I'll get those going. Alright. Up next, I like to get radical treatment going. So, like, okay, so you can either have the medical people or the medical post amputate people, or like just like, oh, maybe you'll get through it, or like you can for sure save them by cutting off their arm. So we're gonna cut off their arm, so they for sure make it. Because then I can give them a prosthetic later, and they'll be good. Like a management, same game, but I have to get to try this one. It's a little bit like a management, yeah. All right, so we're pretty good here. Let's upgrade to our next level of research. Okay, that's there. I can put my workers. Oh, double rations for children. In the wake of a recent child workers accident, the parents argue that we could give working children double rations to make them stronger and help them prevent injuries. No, I can't, we can't afford that. No. Honestly, I'm not going to work them that hard. They're just working a little hard right now. They can get over it. Alright, so our scouts are ready. They found some wood. How much wood did they find? 73 wood. That's pretty good. So they go to windswept snowfield or supply depot. Let's go supply depot. 1 day, 6 hours. True capitalist, yeah. We gotta survive. This is a hard game. You gotta make tough decisions. You can't be a wimp. Alright, we're gonna put the children over the gathering post to gather some more coal, about 1,000 coal. Alright, so we have research our next level, so we're gonna get a hothouse. And we're gonna put majority of the children on greenhouse and cooking. That's pretty easy. Strong leadership through economic sensibility. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We've got plenty of wood coming in with the sawmill. We're doing good on coal. We don't need to get a big coal mine going right now because this is just gathering coal. We'll get a coal mine going. Steel's good to go. Exactly, Caleb. Alright, radical treatment. I'm going to do a care house, so people are injured, don't take up, they can go to the care house until they're ready to get seen in the hospital. Children are immediately handled with a shovel once they exit the room. Is there any other way? Alright, so care house here. So while people are waiting for like prosthetics, they don't take up a bed in the hospital. The people are angry, but profits have never been higher. True. Alright, we're going to build a hothouse here. Oh, I use a steam core. So steam core is one of the make advanced technology, but it's super rare. It's like the rarest resource in the game. Alright, now that we've done that, I want to get more scouts, right? Yes, it's about to get warmer, so I don't need to worry about heat too much right now. Get some more scouts out there so I can get more people. You guys hear the game noise okay, by the way? Alright, got more scouts. Let's get a coal mine over here going. Alright, our coal's getting full. I don't know. Pretty quiet. It's good music. Okay. That should be better. It's pretty loud now. Turn that down. How do you beat the game? This mode, so I wouldn't beat the game really. But it gets like pretty boring after like you get to a certain point. Is that too loud? Do you change the game when you don't have to go a specific route? Did they change the game? Yeah, pretty much. Resource. Let's do a resource devo. More storage. Alright, take that. Guys, you should have told me you couldn't hear the game. The game noise is great. I do apologize. Oop, why we lagging? Okay, we're gonna put the children. Alright, all children are in the kitchen. Alright, we're gonna do some coal here. Play Frostbite in the beginning to win. There was kind of a certain way to do it. Yeah. I mean, there's still a certain way to like to maximize it, but Jurassic World Evolution, interesting. What are you doing with them? With the children? They're gonna work in the hothouse. All right, we can build a coal mine. We're doing fine on coal right now. Let's work on some. Let's see when the next coal's coming. We got a few days, so let's work on some bunkhouses, give them better housing. Coal piles depleted. It's warming up. Alright, we're making more food now. Top right. Doing good. We're doing good. Alright. One. We're going to build one at a time here. So it gets. Medical post heals 10 times faster. I'm cool with that. A little bit ahead of schedule here. So they extended shifts, long hours of toll. Sir, our people are worn out. Some of them have been working on extended shifts for days on end. Their efforts is taking its toll and they're becoming restless. They deserve a break. No. Ignore. Discontent really shot up there, but that's okay. Alright, we're gonna sign prosthetic law. Give people hope. Planet Zoo. I was not a big fan of Planet Zoo, but I grew up on Zoo Tycoon, so it got too granular for me for Planet Zoo. Is discontent supposed to be this high this early? When you get good and like you can balance it, yeah, but like not normally, no. Like I can make discontent go away just by lowering the work hours. All right. Let's get some heating. Let's get a power upgrade going. Did I get the second scouts? Yeah, second scouts. Send them to Frozen Hulk. Come on, Frozen Hulk. Waiting for Frostpunk 2. It's gonna be good. Alright, wait through the night. Our wood's a little low. Our steel's doing really good. I want to get another sawmill going. Let's get 2 sawmills. Let me get another bunkhouse. Oops. Bunkhouse. There we go. Honestly, I have enough resources. Let's get an extra layer of bunkhouses here. Planet Zoo is pretty bad management-wise. Has a great sandbox, which is all most people play nowadays. Yeah, okay. Drizzy's back. We're gonna play some Apex later. We're still around. Try to finish this. Alright, we can go to radio station. Supply trade. Radio station. I liked Zoo Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon. Alright. I'm down. I was at dinner and playing board games. Nice. Alright, we've got plenty of steel, so we're going to turn off... Oh my god, stop lagging. I'm going to go to sawmill here. Yeah, discontent's slowly going down too. Alright, we don't need to go too much heat yet. So I can get a heat map here. So people are livable. So if they, like over here in sawmill, it's chilly, so little risk of falling ill. At home, it's livable, so very low risk of falling ill. So, Shadows of the Colossus? No. This game was made for people like Destiny and Son. Never thought Connor would like that. It's a good game. Alright, let's expand our heating radius. I like management stuff, though. I don't know. I think I'm also an operations manager. I don't know. Kind of makes sense, right? Alright. We can do 2 bunkhouses now without kicking people out. Let's do 2 more bunkhouses. Oh, got cold. Oh, 2 people fell ill. Come on, don't be bitches. Get back to work. Title at Alveus was handyman. Feels like it sometimes. Alright, you got some more coal, some steel, cool. I'm looking for people or for steam cores. You wish it was that? Caleb. Alright, upgraded range. Sawmill upgrade, I'm fine with that. Food quality is poor. You know what? I'll solve the problem. I'm fine with going to that. Guys, people, stop being so sick. Jesus. Alright, we need a coal mine going. Yeah, they really should learn to check their immune system. I'm going to be kind of a piece of shit. We're going to do corpse disposal. And we can use them later to fertilize our crops. People are not happy with that, but that's okay. Alright, we got 10 workers available. Any more engineers. So I can do some more healthcare posts. Resource depot, up that. I would not be super pleased with that. Snow pit's established. We can dispose of corpses. Toss them in the pit. Use them later for fertilizer. It's a more realistic use case. Instead of just being buried and you not being worth at that point, now you can actually feed your family. Instead played, it's Frost coming out January 2nd, 2024. That's forever away. Alright, how are we doing on coal? Coal consumption, we're a little down. Alright, we're going to shift some of our workers from steel. We're not using a ton of steel right now, so mostly coal. Bunkhouse 1, 2, 3. I'm going to kick you out on the streets. We're up some of the heat here because you guys. Nope. No, you guys are being bitches. We're not up in the heat. We'll put some heat in the working areas. Fertilizes bodies. You gotta survive. Gotta survive. What? Not a big deal. Organ transplants. All right, now we're gonna be able to, when people die, grab their organs too. Shove them back into other people. Easy. Alright, I'm happy with where we're at with research. We're going to up to our 3rd level. So, technically this world is another ice age, but worse, yeah. Alright, a frightened patient. One of the people is facing death, but he's still refusing amputation. He keeps screaming that he doesn't wash his leg, and he won't change his mind, even though gangrene will kill him in a matter of hours. Cut his leg off. Get back to work. No room for bitches. So, alright, we got 2 steam cores coming our way. So what you're gonna have is that guy's either gonna kill himself or he's gonna be like, thank you. So, it's one of 2 options. So, we'll see what he does. Either way, he's gonna become useful by doing that. So, lighter, scouts, sleds. Nice shred now. Alright, we got our houses complete. People are gonna be warmer. Let's check the heat map here. Livable, still not livable. Back to work, back to work. Alright, we need to heal people faster. We have 4 amputees, so that's an issue. We need to fix that. That's a lot of workers. I haven't found any additional workers. Our mines are running low. We do need to up our mines. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna get better mine research. -50. That's a little cold. Alright, escort the survivors back. We got 11. We've got 11 engineers coming, 16 workers, 10 children. Children will be really much use now. Children, not a big deal. Like now they just do cooking and food work. That's it. We don't make them do too much else. Alright, we got lighter scouts. That's going to be helpful. Coal mining optimization, we get 10% more coal, and then I'm also going to do, we consume 10% less to help that out. Alright, we're going to put, we don't max out on our wood right now, so no reason to have them out there wasting coal on heaters. Alright, so we have the, you can barely see it right next to here, but it's popping up. This is where it's going to be super, super cold, and everything basically shuts down. So I've got time for maybe one more scout to go out and grab a few more things. Is there any war in the games? No. Nope. Not really. There's, if you play the campaign, like there's a little, not necessarily war, just like asshole politics. Alright, we shouldn't count the bodies. It's okay. Alright, we got 1 critic. Yeah, we need to up our medicals. Oh, someone died. The amputee committed suicide. Sorry, bud. Yeah, we gotta get this place a little bit more. Let's need more coal though. Alright, we got some more coal, we got some workers here. And I need to build some more houses, so 1, 2. I have enough to make a third. Let's do a third. Send those scouts back out. Alright, we can open up, I want to open up 2 medical posts because we're going to get overrun pretty quickly with sick people. So we're going to open that up. We're going to add resources, gathering post, nope, I want those 1, 2, 3, let's get 3 of those. Let's open you back up. Alright, we need to work on our coal. Our coal's depleting hard because I'm trying to keep everybody moving. So we need to get an advanced coal mine here, and we can do some automation as well. Love automation. No, we're not going to make an exception to bury your loved one. Sorry. Alright, we need to upgrade Come on. Just got good at this game now. That's like, it's kind of slow for me. Okay. Knuckle post. Steel. Cool. Good. Alright, we're not seeing shit. Alright, you got 16 hours. That's nope, I'm turning you around. You'll get killed by the storm. Quite safe here. Anything? Found some raw food. Alright, come back home. Bring my scouts in. Alright, we're good on food mostly. Alright, we're gonna start healing more people. We tripled our capacity for the sick people. Alright, got warmer. That's good. Gives people a chance to recover, get less sick. Storm's coming. How long do you usually last in endless mode? Oh, I'm only a medium right now, so I go forever, technically. On hard, it's tough. I don't know. Hard mode's real tough. We got 9 kids just sitting doing nothing, but that's fine. I'm not gonna make them do anything else. I do draw my lines there. Like, you can make them work normal jobs, but they just get stuck in machines and die. It's just not worth it. When people get mad, like, ah, I do need to raise hope. So I need to raise hope before the storm hits, because then they're gonna be like super pissed and kick me out. Steam coal mine. Upgrade that. I want to get factory. I might have messed this up with hope. I might have. I like to go House of Prayer. Honestly, I like to go the religious fanatics. I feel like it's slightly less worker intensive. Alright, my coal's finally good. Cool, alright, we got enough. We got more prayers. Alright, we're good on our hope. We didn't mess it up. You can praise God at work. Yep. Praise God with your labors. Engineers feeling better. Alright, we got a factory here. When I upgrade my heating, it's going to get a lot colder. Alright, the factories where we start being nice to people, though. Now, it's counterintuitive, but we're going to make 5 prosthetics, get 5 workers back to it, and then we're going to build an automation to run the steam coal mine back here, so they don't have to deal with it. It's kind of cold over here, so they don't have to deal with it. Automations run 24/7. We don't need to go that high. I don't need to do range upgrade. Let's get automation integration up. Alright, everybody's being healed right now, which is great. We got people in the care house, 6 in the care house. I'm gonna sadly pull off 5 of these guys to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make 7 prosthetics. Alveus goal working hours. Yep. Yep. All right. So I just want to up this. Oh, so we have to do that to the medical post. That sucks. Honestly, I don't want you. I'm tired of the healthcare system getting overloaded. I don't need you guys working right now. I need you guys working. Alright, evening prayers. We shall meet and pray together to mourn not only our bodies, but our souls. Oh. Get these prosthetics going. Prosthetics top right. Cool. Alright, let's build an automation here. Enough resources for that. It's the last little bit of our let's do healthcare installation. This is a good installation. Last little bit of our steam core usage for now, but that's okay. Build some automation. Get it done before you leave. Come on. Come on. No. Get back to work. Stop. Alright, we got automation. Automation here. Turn the heater off. Bam. Alright, you're done, engineers. Alright. We can get you back to healing people. Healthcare needs are met, yet exceeded. We're good on our coal consumption, so we're good here. We're doing good through the storm. We've got one more day to deal with the storm. Our food is going to be low, but that's okay. I can get over it. We only got one dead person. We got our prosthetics. Our people fitted with prosthetics. Only a few people in treatment here. Doing good. Easy storm. You can get it like to negative 120. It's awful. Let's see. I want to get a house going. Start building some houses. Let me take these off yet. Yeah. You know that through religious beliefs, women have always been the reason why the earth has problems. Just think about Eve and Abel. Pandora opening the box. Gecko, Alex would love to hear you say that. Alright, we'll upgrade our steam mills there. Let's just get one going. That should be here too. I really don't. I'll get some Faith Keepers. Why not? Alright, Faith Keepers go beat up people in the name of God. Sounds about right. Oh, sing, brother. These hymns truly work wonders. Those who seek hope, raise your eyes to the heavens. All our troubles are trivial in the face of eternity. Our faith will guide us through the ice. Faith is our only hope from this frozen hellhole. Let us pray. Have faith, brothers. All right then. All right, gotta get these scouts out. Get them going quick. Alright, discontent's down. Hope's okay. Can't get another scout yet. Not gonna upgrade my steam sawmills. Honestly, there's nothing I really care to upgrade right now, so I mean 75 ew. Ugh. Here. Alright, let's see where people are at. Okay, nothing here. So that sawmill can go away. I'll build another sawmill soon. Station here. Cool. Is that turned off? Alright, we're gonna do nightly proceedings. Alright, back to work, folks. at steel. So low on steel. What happens when you farm all the wood? You can build like, it's called a, anyway, you can drill, oh here it is. You can drill it out of the wall. Because there's like frozen, there's supposed to be like frozen trees in the wall. So it's like an unlimited resource on wood. I don't know, lore-wise it's kind of stretched, but. Alright, we got 40, I'm gonna hold off on research right now. Get a little bit more steel. Alright, nothing there at that spot. Let's go to the next spot, please. Good night, Stone Army. How is heat being transferred to your outer buildings? They have heaters. That's all. So, like, they only have heaters. So, like, it's nice and toasty here, but here they're pretty cold. So I could do a... I could build this, which is probably not a bad idea. We'd build that to keep them warm. That transfers, I think they probably technically run pipes through here. Alright, I don't need to go that hard with heat. Wasting a lot of coal. Alright, pick up food and wood. Alright, we're gonna have that run just while they're at work. So yeah, now we have this steam hub. It's like a tiny one of these. Go to hope for now. Let's get into a fighting arena. So when they get mad at each other, they can fight. Whoever's discontent. Alright, let's get our 4th level of research. Fighting arena built. Let's get some houses. Slowly build some houses. Food for the hungry. Keepers, sir, our faith keepers have found someone illegally stashing food. It's quite big. They plan to distribute it amongst people in need. But perhaps you'd like to use it other ways. The faith keepers have the right idea. So the hungry will be fed. Let's feed the hungry. Fine with that. We have plenty of food. Alright, I'm doing good on coal. I need to get additional scouts. I need more people and more steam cores. That's what's slowing me down here. Nothing here. Go to the stone ship. Nothing there. Desolate Valley. Go to Desolate Valley. Let's build one house at a time. Alright. Our healthcare is doing really good. It's no longer overloaded, so I'm going to put the engineers to good use. Just have them sitting there. We're going to open up 2 workshops. Put a house here. Alright, it's negative, that's alright. So we're gonna turn off those medical posts. Put you guys on little workshops here. Alright, go to the scattered sheds. Additional scouts, research, awesome. Alright, we're gonna upgrade. Automation integration, so their efficiency increases by 10% up to 80%. We're gonna send the work. Stop asking to take a break. This is Alveus. Come on, what you doing? Kind of cringe. Sawmill. It's just not a lot of reaches there. My 5-year-old nephew asked me earlier today why I don't have a girlfriend, so I had to explain to him that I was gay and I was only like boys, and he goes, "Me too." And now I just got a text from my sister asking why her son told her he is gay, like Uncle Mick. That's awesome. Alright, sawmill, good to go. Are you? There we go, automation integration. Heater efficiency, like that, give me more coal. Doing good on coal. Yeah. Boys rule, girls rule. Alright, we're gonna get a public house. They can start having beers. Go to like a pub. Isn't that what pub stands for? Public house. Something like that. Heaters on, public house built. Cool. Alright, we need to figure out food. Food is a little scarce, so we're gonna open up a hunter's hut. Send some hunters out. We're just not making enough food. Good quality food. Alright, there's 2 steam cores. I don't need them right away. Send that guy out further. The further you go out with your explorers, the more good resources. Alright, my heaters aren't doing enough at these like lower level buildings, so I need to have my heaters next. Yeah, pub is public housing. Cool, we got 4 steam cores here. Small cabin. Heaters upgrade. Alright, we got some heaters upgrade now. Piece of the ghost, or piece of the past, ghost on the horizon. Captain, the beacon lookout have reported an extraordinary sight, a Victoria class dreadnought wreck. So, okay, I'll keep reading. Spotted on the horizon, these advanced vehicles were used for most important tasks. The news fills our people with nostalgia. We might find some heirlooms from the past in that hulk, says one of the scouts. A worker added, we should gather them so our children remember who we once were and who we might yet become. The wreck has been marked on the map and we should hurry to reach it before the next blizzard covers it forever. We're watching me play a really cool game. I don't really mess with that stuff. Like, I've done it before. It doesn't do much. It's just like, hey, look, we used to make boots like this. It's not worth it, honestly. Okay, so we're good for a while. So we can turn that off. We're gonna get the hunter's huts going. Alright, we got better heaters now. Make the heaters more efficient. Alright, moonshine. Give people a bit of liquor now and then to soothe their aches and bodies. Yes, please. Take the liquor. Alright, come back to there, start heading back in a little bit. Also gonna get -70 Celsius soon. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna send you back to Alveus. We have some steam cores. Let's upgrade our hunter's hut. It's a little cold. It's up to you guys. Better range. What's the longest time I've been on this game? I think I got like over 200 days. But like it gets boring. Like once you get it set up, like you get to a point you're like, oh, it's not gonna. It's like nothing's gonna happen. Like I got everything. I've got, you know, thousands and thousands of resources, so I'm good. All right, we've upgraded our range. We're doing good on coal. Redesign houses. Let's address these food issues. All you need is God and some moonshine. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, Kona. Alright, we're barely making enough. Barely making a profit. On the coal. Alright. Alright, we've kind of gotten overrun of our medical system, so let's swap our engineers back to our medical system here. Okay, we still got one problem. Alright, got warmer, that's good. Let's get some prostitutes over here. Make people real happy. Alright, we got 2. Oh, did I ever send out the second set of scouts? Damn it. Third set of scouts. That's bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a big fail. Huge. Shit, I'm hungry again. Get a better hunting house. 5 less workers for our hunting though, so it goes from 15 to 10. Dibble!
9,300 results for 2 months.
Thank you. Alright, tell them to get more food when they're out hunting. Double alerts. Okay, to the speaker. There you go. Ah yes, Alveus, known for frigid climate and child labor. Well, my bad. Sorry about the audio. Well, mine knows how to run a tight ship, so. Alright, we're starting to stabilize a little better. We're making lots of coal. Let's see. What are we feeling next? Let's get even more coal. Let's get 10% more coal. Let's go do something else. I did that already. Oh, houses. Good night. Discontent is 0. Yeah, see, you guys just had to trust me. Trust me, civilization. It's a little tough in the beginning, but it gets easy in the long run. You'd rather have it easy in the beginning and like just like mildly shit forever, or like kind of shit in the beginning and then really good in the end. We're not gonna do dueling laws. Extra rations for the ill. I'm fine with that. rations, our food's back up to being good. Storm's coming in soon, in like 3-4 days. Yeah, trust the process. Let's get some more houses going. Our medical posts are no longer overrun. So I'll go back to engineering. I want to get a wall drill going. So we have unlimited. Let's escort these survivors back. No children? Perfect. Escort the survivors back. I want to get unlimited wood going. Drill done. Let's get you guys are I can get 2 automations going. There's an excavator, should have another. Ooh, it's gonna be tight. That's his last stop. 17 hours. Oof, that's gonna be tough. Somebody's gotta die. Yes, we will do documentaries tonight, of course. Alright, nothing there. We'll send you back. Send you back. 2 scouts will get in for sure. A 3rd scout might die. Not ideal. Alright, we're looking pretty good. Looking pretty solid. How far out can you expand? Until these walls. But they don't give you enough people to really expand out. Not much. It's getting colder. Storms on the horizon, thank you. We're gonna sign triage, discontopal. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go over to purpose. Keep going down that track. Public penance. To err is human, but those who stray must be publicly penanced to discourage others from the path of evil. Only then can they be forgiven. Whip the shit out of them is what they say. What the fuck is that tripod thingy? That is our automation. It works. It's a robot. Works for free. People are desperate. Sir, people are talking openly about overthrowing you. Oh, no. Ask Faithkeepers to silence it. Oh, I have got to give more hope. I'm sorry. Here, let's do a sermon, evening prayer. That's going to fix it. Alright, let's make another automation. Gonna put that over there. Automation doesn't need heat, doesn't need water, doesn't need food. It is perfect. It is perfect. Advanced steel steamworks. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna hang out here. Plenty of engineers. Let's get everything back up and running. Now I don't need to swap engineers between really much. Carry on with the project. Fundamental research. Sure. Alright, another house. One. Not enough food. Their automation has been built. Alright, we're gonna put you over here then. Turn that off. Night, Leonard. Not any more wood. It's kind of cringe. Cooked on them. Yep, I got the DLC. I don't really care to address that right now. Let's whip some people. Nighttime proceeding. Let's make people happy. Did you ever play Darkest Dungeon? No, but sounds cool. Oh, they're pendacing. They're sorry. Whip them. Make them feel better about themselves. Yay. Alright, they feel better. Hope went up. Lol. Mick, what is Darkest Dungeon? Turn-based RPG. Really, it's hard, but really good. Okay. Whip them with kindness. Exactly. One, two, three. Alright, everybody's home. I might be fine on wood now. Storm's about to come. Advanced heaters here. Oh, it's about to get colder. Give him an automation. Sometimes it gives you 10. There you go. 10% increase automation efficiency. Let's see. It's gonna hurt, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, you guys are bitches. Jeez. All right, now get back to work. Yeah, we need to upgrade that. Alright, we're going to Protectors of Truth. The captain will assume the title Protector of Truth. He will be the only one who can tell us what is right and what is wrong, so guide our faith. Dungeon has a player manage areas, explore dungeon, played out in a mix. Real-time movement and turn-based combat. A core feature of dungeon is the stress level. Each hero that increases the further exposure. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Alright, gotta make sure we got houses for everybody. Yep, everybody has a house. Oh, everybody's cold. No, I haven't heard about it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, come back to life, tripod. The blue set. What's up, big dog?
What's up? How's it going?
Good. How's it going with you?
Not too shabby. I'm a little tired, but
You ready to do belly flops tomorrow?
yeah, we can get some belly flops.
What's that suit?
You got a suit? Yo, what's up, Jack? How's it going? What the fuck is Connor playing?
Oh, we're Dude, Valorant, I don't know if I can get into it, man. This is called Frostpunk, by the way.
Called Frostpunk. Yeah, you talked about it. I haven't been watching this. I don't know what's going on. You like Civ? What's it like?
We are right now. Everything's frozen over. Like it's like 1880s, and the globe was heating up, so they decided to cool it down. They released too much chemicals in the atmosphere, and now civilization has collapsed. And they built these steam core like coal heat generators.
Right.
And you have to build a civilization around it. You have to manage all these resources like coal, wood, steel, steam cores, food. People get sick. People
Right.
get mad at you, get discontent. They lose hope. So you got to
You're leading like a village of
yeah.
in this frosty area.
It's like the shortest way to explain that.
And it seems like it's pretty hard based on what people in chat are saying. Yeah, but you're actually cracked at it.
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, quite
I
good
get it. Yo, what's up, Caleb? That's Caleb.
Yeah,
right?
he's VIP.
Yeah, sure. What's going on, man? How'd the day go? Anything exciting happen?
Dude, we worked on that Fox enclosure for a long time.
Yeah, that's a big project.
It's almost done though.
You going to pour in the topsoil, or is it still that rock shit?
It's one layer of rock right now. It's like almost all covered up, but
Okay.
we watered it down to make it like cement.
Okay.
So tomorrow's mostly just a little bit more rock, but then put it in topsoil.
Don't know about Gambit time, chat. I've been moving all day between apartments, and the elevator was broken in the apartment that I was moving into. So we were moving up like 4 flights of stairs, multiple people's sets of large furniture.
Jesus.
I'm like gassed. These are jazzed. But tomorrow I can promise some Gambit time. So
What's
save your
Gambit?
points.
What's gambling?
Yeah, well, people love their point gambling on Rocket League apparently. I can promise some Gambit time soon, so save up your points. Yeah, it's bad, but we got it done.
There will be blood.
Hey, yo, Caleb.
Send in the faith keepers.
Just text me, man. Just send me a DM.
Just think
bro.
about you.
Yeah,
All
don't
right.
get it twisted, guys. Do not gamble. It will ruin your fucking lives. The casinos make it very obvious. You will lose all your money. Until tomorrow.
I've just now become the voice of God. Everybody will listen to me, and nobody can question me.
Or else they die. So how does this work? Are you playing as a person that leads this group,
Yeah.
or are you a okay?
Yeah. I can get kicked out
Oh.
if I fuck up. 4 people died because they didn't
I
believe
am
in it.
down millions of dollars. I do this because I fucking love it. Anyways, that's what I remember. So you can get kicked out, but now you're God, so you can't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I let the discontent raise, they'll kick me out. But the discontent's not gonna raise. I'm me. So.
Connor's good. Yeah, chat. Someone that plays this game is Connor pretty good. It feels like it sounds like he's cracked.
I'm speed running this.
Okay.
Like we're almost
How
done.
does time work? You're done. The game
Almost
has an
done.
end.
So this is technically endless mode.
Right.
So you can just take it for infinity.
Okay.
So, but like I'm almost filled out like the whole tech tree.
He's the Maya of Frostpunk. Oh, so he's pretty shit. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Oh, he's really short at the game. Oh, he's not funny at the game. He's weird looking. Just kidding.
I'm not gonna open up a new medical post. Fuck you. Stop being
Kids
pussies.
work. Connor, good at that. You make kids work in town?
Oh fuck yeah.
What the fuck
dude.
is that
look,
thing?
Look. Oh, it's automation.
Oh my gosh, that's nightmare shit.
Yeah, the kids, the children are working in the hothouse right now with the dead. Ooh, I'll make them use dead bodies.
I'm sorry. Utilize the dead.
Yeah, for fertilizer.
That's actually just smart thinking. Don't get attached. I played it for the first time today, and I only got to the first level of the tech tree. Okay.
It's tough.
Right.
There's just a lot of balanced learning curve,
Okay.
etc. Send my scouts out, go find some people to exploit. Oh, I do sound like Maya.
Actually, a
It's-
fucking good one.
It's named. That's the name of the city.
Okay. Saw a bird that impales its victims on branches and thorns last night.
Oh shit.
Like in person, you did? Oh, documentary. Okay, good. I was like, what the fuck is that thing? What is it called? I've not heard of that. Somebody inform me. Tell me some knowledge. Anti-Vegas because it's so fucking cold.
Yeah.
Actually true, it's hot as hell.
All right, chat. I think at this point, it's just a lot. Like all the difficult things are done. Like the tech tree's almost filled out. Like it's
correct.
It's so easy at this point. It's just waiting. It's just picking up more steam cores. That's it. Like the vast majority of what's going on is done.
Oyster beauty.
So I'm gonna end it here because Alex is here as well. But it's easy. Like look, I've got all the resources for days.
Oh, so you're a quitter? Oh, so you couldn't win? Fucking cringe.
Resources for days. Everybody's happy. GG. Easy.
Alright.
Sped run. It'll take another 4 hours to like max everything out.
These are showing
What?
fucking compression shorts on and they're fucking rolling out of my shorts.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Okay. What's up now?
Either. I'm gonna get a snack.
Alright, we'll get a snack. Dog.
I'm feeling bed. You feeling bed?
I'm feeling fucking big bed too.
Oh, okay. Here's the plan for tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, we're not. Give me the news.
Probably around. I'm gonna talk to Maya, but probably around like 1 or 2, we're gonna get in the hot tub. We're gonna chill in the hot tub. It's not
Okay.
cool. And we're gonna have to take a tent down there, and we're gonna put a tent over us so we're not in the direct sunlight, and our camera is not in the direct sunlight. So we're gonna do that white tent.
Cause the live view's a little bitch.
Yeah, pretty much. And then we're going to hot tub stream chill until the raid, and then once we're raided, you need to call Maya tomorrow and tell her she's stupid.
Oh.
While she's on stream cooking.
Again. More than my once daily.
Yeah.
While she's on stream.
Yeah.
She'll answer. I don't know if she'll answer, Connor. I'm not calling it.
Yeah,
Okay.
she will.
Yeah, sorry chat, there's no K Kona shirt tonight. This doesn't really count. I'll try and get one tomorrow maybe. I'm just busy. But go on. So after the raid we start jumping?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we gotta eat some onions.
Yeah, sure, okay.
You gotta pie me in the face multiple ways.
Oh, the face? Multiple way. Okay, there it is. Sorry, you beat me to it. You beat me off. It.
And then I've gotta write my 2 weeks notice still.
Oh, that's gonna be good. I wanna watch that. Okay, cool.
And then Maya's gonna come.
She's gonna do what? Oh, okay. Jesus. You're gonna come babysit? Babysit?
Yeah.
Babysit who?
Stream.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go on a date with Kale.
Hey, yo. That's kind of sus, man.
What?
Do you have a crush on her or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, dude!
Kayla.
Guys, we're at a sleepover here, and Connor's admitting he might have a crush on his coworker? Not very HR of him. Hmm? Okay, cool. Sounds good. I'll be here. I can. Oh. I don't like
In the morning, while I'm getting ready,
Okay.
you come in here and do some gambas.
Some gamba time?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Alright. Sounds good. Just chill. I never know what the delay is, so I don't know what y'all are reacting to. That's the problem. I say so much crazy shit that that I never know which emotes are for what. Thank you, Admiral. It's good to hang out. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Oh, how'd the cutie stream go? Someone in chat fill me in. Little morning RL gamble. Virtual, my man. Virtual, you like running these games a little too much. I think you might be scraping some points off the top or something. That's crazy. But Mick, shut it. That's a secret. Should we test the fire? Kira, there are like only a couple of things that I could like do that I think would get people really mad. I think wasting Alveus' expensive stuff would probably be one of them. Virtual is a gamba addict. No, I think he's like he's like one of those rich guys that owns a casino in Vegas, bro. I'm telling you. She's doing a part 2 tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, honestly, good for her. It's better than like. Sometimes people try and force it and it's bad. But I think it's really nice that she's doing. Very cool. I tuned in for a tiny bit. Kitty seems really nice. I've never met her or really. Like I've seen her online about it. I don't watch her streams too much, but she seems really sweet. She She made like 14K in charity already. Sick. Sick. We love that. My Clash Royale leader is 48. Damn. Need to go to the office tomorrow. Rip. Oh, fuck, virtual. Danny, you better figure them predictions out quick, big dog. I think you did last time. I live in Vegas. She's great. Yeah, Kitty just seems good. She seems like a good combo of, you know, she's actually funny and like she seems like a good person. I guess I don't fucking know her, but it seems really nice and she seems good. Maya could learn a thing or two about both things, honestly. I mean, YouTube. What am I talking about? Girls trip to next week. Oh shit. This time instead of COVID, they're all getting AIDS. No. Hopefully that goes okay. I think that was a bummer. I watched some of that. I think Ella and I watched some of that, like the kickoff night or whatever. It seemed kind of hectic, but really funny. Little hectic. Oh shit, Caleb's still here. Caleb, it's a lot of pressure with you watching, man. No cap. Like, I'm not used to having such sexy individuals watching me. AIDS, Pog. AIDS is not Pog, chat. Don't get AIDS. No, that's cool. Yeah, we'll probably tune in for some of that. I'm sure that's gonna be wild and wacky. Is Caleb gonna slap you with a tortilla? Let's talk about that for a minute, chat. I would like to talk about people setting goals without getting consent from people. Let's talk about how important consent is, chat, for a minute. In everything, but especially in tortilla slapping. Because I was told, not asked, not requested, that could happen. My vote was Ella versus Caleb, or me versus Ella, because you know. But it didn't work out that way. So it might happen. I know Caleb wants to do it. Yes, Caleb definitely wants to slap the shit out of me with the tortilla, and he probably wants to use an old stale one. You know how it is. That's Caleb for you. Yeah, exactly. I'm scared of that man. People are like, oh, it's child labor, bro. That kid could kill me. You seen the size of that fucking right hook of his would probably knock me out. I'm onto him. I'm a little scared. He's gonna come in with a metal alloy tortilla that he fashioned out of a baseball bat. But that's alright. I'm probably down. I'm sure it's fun. It's fun, I say that, and then the first time I get hit, I start crying. Camera is shaking a tiny bit. Sorry, that's just tough. If we run out of content, chat, I might request some help from y'all gamers about a stream setup. I'm contemplating trying to get a setup. He might not all in you. I'm sorry, what do you mean by that, Jax? All in me. I hope he does. I mean, can I have brass? The brass knuckle tortillas. So I might get y'all's help with some PC parts and stuff like that. He might not all what? Yeah, yes. Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. Anyways. Yeah, lots of... How much time do we have left? How much time does Connor have left? Let me make that clear. I ain't got no time left. I do whatever the fuck I want. 4 days and 12 hours. Okay. Thanks, Mick. Alright. Alright, Connor can do that. He's also being a little baby and going on a date with Kayla tomorrow. Baby. I would never. Dates are cringe. It's been 8 days. Oh shit. Yeah, dates are cringe as hell, guys. Honestly, okay. Don't talk to me if you've been on a date. Like, someone asked me, like, I'd leave that shit blank at the top of my paper when I was a kid. That's how much I hate dates. Like, if I'm fasting during Ramadan and I need to break the fast, don't get that fucking date away from me, man. I'm not a date man. I'll take like a dried apricot or something, but not a fucking date. Chat, I gotta bump those numbers up. I'm gonna get rid of them at the end of the subathon. I don't know what the fuck that means. Any other synonyms with date or something? Whichever homophones, synonyms, different meanings of date that I can use. Waste money on a date? Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's actually true. New Gamba time estimates for when Alex will say some weird ass shit. It's the 8th. Yeah. I mean fingernails. Oh, you're getting rid of the fingernails? You're gonna rip them out. Getting the paint off. Can we gamble on what color Sour Patch Kid you pull out? Yeah, we got some gambling addicts. If one of the mods will run it, we can do whatever gambling y'all want, as long as it's easy. But I'm gonna hang out for a little bit longer and then I'm gonna get off. I'm just covering for Connor. Yeah, or Skittles. Man, I'm not a Skittles boy. I used to like Skittles as a kid, and once they took away the green ones, man, when they changed the green ones. No, I know what you mean, Caleb. You meant the down pay. It's kind of cute on you, bro. No cat. Okay. What to talk about, guys? What's going on? Someone bring up a topic, man. I'm kind of dying. That's such a long day. I can't pull out topics. Green Skittles were good. Yeah, they were great. The lime ones. And then they switched to green apple and they became shit. Like horrible. But yeah, I'm kind of dying out here. I'm up for topic changes. Connor back. Oh, the grippers are coming out. Opinion on women? Love them. Can't get enough. I'm sorry. No controversial shirt today? Yeah, I didn't have time. I've been getting them at thrift stores and stuff, and I had 0 time today. Favorite quality in a woman? Yeah, name 10 women. Chat, I feel like we're fixating a little too much on women here.
Wait.
I think women are great.
Wait 2 days incoming.
Uh-oh. Wait till he turns around and it's InfoWars URL again. No, yeah. Like I don't like Chad. I'll be honest. I don't know too many women. Like my mom's cool, and
my mom's been watching. It's been kind of awkward.
Yeah, dude, I hate that. Ella was like, yeah. My grandma was watching, and I'm like, I'm sorry. What'd you say? But be honest, Ella's grandma. Did you win a bunch of points for leaving on me in Rocket League? I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did, baby. It's your own fault, buddy. Yeah, I know. I did it to myself, Mick. No, women are chill. Women are great. Now girls like Maya's a girl, not a woman. Ooh. Girls are icky. Girls are nasty. But I can respect women. That sounds kind of sweet though.
I think it's bedtime for both of us.
Yeah, Connor knows I'm about to say some crazy shit. Connor's saving me from getting canceled.
I should go to bed a little bit earlier.
Why is it hard to talk to women? It's not hard to talk to women. Serial tier list? I was thinking about doing some tier lists later. I think tier lists are kind of fun. Okay, we're going to bed though. We're getting out of here before we get in trouble. Is Space here? Or can Connor switch to dogs? Connor, do you know how to?
Space? I have to.
Space? Where are you at? Big five down here?
Probably.
Wait, probably here? I haven't seen him, but...
I can pay him. If not...
It's okay, we'll see. Give him a sec. Wait for refer about Connor saving your ass. Oh, yeah. Yes, Caleb. Yeah, I like to keep it simple. It's both. Is he here? I haven't seen him yet.
Where's the hammer?
Someone
Space.
put up the space symbol. Shine it in the sky. Check space.
I'll message him.
Yeah, we might do some tier lists at some point. Alveus After Dark is a hoot. Yeah, it always makes me laugh thinking about the people that like watch and follow Alveus on like an exciting like an animal day where it's all animal focused, and then they come into like this kind of content. It's tough. We do be having an eclectic mix during the subathon. Virtual got the time. Oh, Space. He's
Hi.
there.
Sorry,
Hello.
Space.
Hello, Space.
Message. He's got it.
We're going night. Little early night tonight. Do the thing, Space. Go off, King. I'm cold as shit.
That's
Hey,
great.
Go to bed, big
It's-
dog.
it's gonna be good
I
for
can
you.
point the camera if you want.
I got it.
Or do you need to? Okay. Alveus animal tier list. That might be the only thing we can't do. I don't know how I feel about rating the Alveus animals. It feels fucked up.
Let's do a tier list of the staff.
Oh, that's a tier list of all the we go through. Oh, that's actually so funny. Everyone on Maya's team. Anyone that we don't know, we just mega roll them. Oh, that's so good.
Pretty good. Space is S tier.
Sick. Okay.
Iljix is F tier. Fuck Iljix.
Dogs are popping off. Oh my god, y'all are... I hope y'all enjoyed the compression shorts. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow will be exciting. We have a big day of hot tubs and belly flops and
Yeah.
in between. Yeah, I'll turn it off.
Researchers have found out that the success rate of hunting in a team is easily doubled. The troop is on its way back. Some have eaten so much they can hardly keep up. But there is always an even larger fish. The alligator fish is one of their few enemies. The reason why the lionfish in the Red Sea do not over-proliferate is due to the fact that hunters can also become the hunted. It's completely different in his new home around Cyprus. The ecosystem is not prepared for him. The Mediterranean doesn't have enemies like the alligator fish on offer. Predatory fish and sharks have been so decimated that the predator from the Red Sea can propagate unimpeded. He found his way here via the Suez Canal, an artificial waterway that connects the Red Sea with the Mediterranean. No one has observed a communal hunt off Cyprus. The numbers of lionfish in the Med are presumably still too few. But it's probably just a matter of time before they have provided adequate offspring. Their triumph will be virtually unstoppable. The Mediterranean has always used to be a bridge between the continents. It connects such worlds as different as Europe, Africa, and Asia. And is in itself a world full of opposites and surprises. Land bridges and straits have changed the animal world. The migration of some animals had few consequences. Others represent a still unknown threat.
The Australian East Coast. Endless eucalyptus forests range from the sea to high up into the mountains. For the Australian Aborigines, there was once a time before time, the time of creation, when the landscape and forests and all living beings came into existence. Dream time, they called it, when the hero ancestors still roamed the earth. Myths and legends tell about how rocks, animals and people took shape. And every stone, every tree, every creature then held its own unique abilities and powers. At one time, the clan Gumbaynggirr lived in these forests. Wirunga is a member of this clan. His totemic ancestor is Dungir, the koala. Today, only a few members of his people can still remember the tale of the two koalas who saved the clan. And hardly anyone can understand the elder when he tells the story in the old language.
At one time, our clan walked the forests near the coast. When two of the youths, our koalas, cried out, our boomerangs fell into the water, right there into the water. When they heard the word water, the elders turned around in surprise and saw the sea rise higher and higher. They climbed a mountain, but the water followed and separated them from their homeland. The entire clan was stranded on an island. But the two youths, the koalas, had the abilities to save the clan. First, the elders gave them all their food. Then, the koalas positioned themselves on the shore opposite the mainland. They took out their own entrails and threw them across the sea, and thus built a bridge by which everyone could leave the island.
This is how the Gumbaynggirr people escaped the sea and returned to their own tribal lands, the bright, open eucalyptus forests with their majestic tall trees, their many colourful birds, and all the other animals. And especially with Dungir, the koala. A koala is hard to find. He leads a solitary life and has a home range of about 30 hectares. He avoids contact with other koalas, even though their territories overlap. A female koala will share her home range only with her young. Koalas are marsupials, just like kangaroos. They give birth to tiny embryos who complete their development in the pouch. Even after it has outgrown its pouch, the young koala will stay in close contact with its mother for up to a year. But the koala's habitat is also home for many other animals, like the galahs. They normally live in large flocks in open areas, but during mating season they retreat to the old-growth forests. Kookaburras live everywhere, always hungry and looking for their favorite food, insects and small mammals. The most striking birds are the rainbow lorikeets. During the breeding season, they populate countless tree hollows. Koalas are not dependent on tree hollows for shelter or comfortable sleep. Mother's back or any branch or forked tree trunk obviously makes a comfortable bed. A koala needs about 18 to 20 hours of sleep a day. These long rests are essential for his survival because his diet, the eucalyptus leaves, contains very little energy. So he has a lot of time to dream. To prevent himself from falling out of the tree, he sinks his front claws into a branch and holds on tight. On his hind legs, 2 toes have grown together, forming a single digit with 2 claws. This is a perfect instrument for the koala's daily scratching sessions. There are no rules governing a koala's waking time. Sometimes it's in the middle of the night, sometimes in the middle of the day. The tawny frogmouth, however, is strictly nocturnal. He sits motionless and, due to his natural camouflage, looks like part of the tree. For a tree-living animal, the koala is rather heavy. He weighs 8 to 14 kilograms, and with his stout body, he appears rather clumsy when climbing. Unlike many monkeys, elegant tree acrobats, the koala has no tail for balance. But he does have powerful hands with sharp claws, giving him a sure grip on any wooden surface. And with his strong arms and legs, he can easily climb the tallest trees. So the koala is actually very well equipped for life in the trees. And when necessary, the otherwise slow-moving koala can jump from tree to tree with astonishing agility. Or he can even race up a tree to its uppermost branches. Very few other animals live up here in the crowns of the old eucalyptus trees, 40 or even 50 meters above the forest floor. Mostly birds, or these flying foxes, who rest here after their nightly excursions. They spend the day wrapped up in their wings like in a coat. Dangling from the outermost branches like ripe fruit, they have very few predators to fear. The koala is actually not suited to climbing such small branches, but obviously that's where the best and most wholesome leaves grow. To reach his favorite food, the koala will venture into the most vertiginous heights. Indeed, under his weight, the branch has bent precariously, but this doesn't seem to worry the koala much. Fastidiously, he examines the eucalyptus leaves with his big, soft, leathery nose. Do they contain enough water and nutrients? Are they too tough, or maybe even too poisonous? Some of the poison he can neutralize easily, but depending on soil quality, abundance of rainfall and the season, eucalyptus leaves don't always contain the same amount of poisonous ingredients, and some just can't be tolerated, even for the koala and his specially adapted digestive system. Big leaves, small leaves or young shoots, there seem to be plenty of suitable plants, but only 25 out of the 700 eucalyptus species can meet his needs. The koala can smell exactly what's beneficial for him. The poisonous contents of the leaves are extracted inside his stomach, passing through the bloodstream into the liver, where they are transformed into non-toxic compounds. Then most of the nutrients are absorbed by the small intestine. Special microorganisms in his large appendix assist by fermenting the indigestible cellulose. It's only this additional process that enables the koala ultimately to draw enough energy from the tough eucalyptus leaves. The koala's appendix is 2 meters long and fills almost his entire belly. After eating, he swells up like a balloon. Each of the 700 species of eucalyptus looks different. Variations appear in the shape, the structure of the bark, and treetops. Legends of Dreamtime say the trees were brought along by the first hero ancestors, or else originated from transformations of men and animals. A few even possess mystical powers, weaving their magic still today. This koala must have risked too much while climbing in his tree. He fell and broke his leg, a fate that is not uncommon, as scientific research on wild koalas confirms. Now he has to rest even more, accompanied by the beautiful song of the Australian magpie. But even with a broken leg, the koala can still climb thanks to his strong arms, from which he dangles along the branches. There's no doubt that this type of injury is a drawback for the koala, but since he's seldom in a hurry and has such a leisurely lifestyle, the handicap is not catastrophic. However, the injured animal can only reach his favorite resting place with difficulty. He has to struggle hard to finally sit down. But as the koala has no enemies in the trees, these injuries usually heal completely. At last. The safest places are in the high old eucalyptus trees, which also provide shelter from wind and weather. The koala seeks out special places for himself depending on the time of day and the temperature. Sometimes he warms himself in the sun. Sometimes he looks for a comfortable spot in the shade. For a koala, a tree is not simply a tree, it's more like a house with several rooms, meeting all his daily needs. A young mother with her child is usually more active and attentive in her airy home. Other individuals, however, may prefer just to hang around in the branches. The koala doesn't have to leave the tree even for water, because his highly efficient metabolism draws enough moisture from the leaves. Eucalyptus leaves are too poisonous and have too few nutrients for most other animals to live on. Nevertheless, the old-growth forest is home to many species of creature, tall, small, ordinary, or bizarre. Eat and be eaten is only a small part of the complex ecology of the eucalyptus forests. Birds, insects, and other small creatures have many other vital functions. Termites are not only an inexhaustible source of food for many animals, they are also untiring architects of the forest. Master builder and destructor, all in one. They create and destroy at the same time. They chew up the wood of the trees, building tunnels and nests. Even the slightest damage to their structures is repaired, glued and plugged immediately by an army of assiduous workers, because every open hole means danger. Danger of discovery by birds and other animals who like eating termites. But the circle of life in the forest is never ending. Millions and millions of termites swarm the trees incessantly. Their tunnels wind up the tree trunks until they reach knotholes, broken branches, or other weak spots where the bustling workers start their destructive work. They chew up the wood, digging tunnels and nests, thus creating those countless niches and hollows that are so important for many of the eucalyptus forest animals. Yet it takes centuries before the combined forces of termites, drought, fire, wind and water produce enough hollows for every need in the forest. Rainwater collects in some of these holes, providing a safe watering place for many animals, like these noisy miners. Most of the hollows, however, are occupied during the breeding season. In particular, lorikeets and cockatoos use them for their nests. Sometimes these knotholes are especially large. Nocturnal animals, such as possums, need them to sleep undisturbed during the day. Mating season for koalas. It's October, springtime in eastern Australia. The otherwise calm and idle koalas become quite energetic. Thunderous bellows echo through the forests. The rumbling sounds seem to be totally inappropriate for the koala's image as cuddly teddy bear. Boisterously, the male announces his home range claims, while at the same time he tries to arouse interest in the females living in territories that overlap his own. The dominant male of the koala colony lays claim to the largest territory which he defends against all other males. The koala rubs himself against branches and stems in special places to mark his home range. In this way he identifies his territory with scent marks, obvious borderlines, at least for a koala with his fine sense of smell. The secretion used for this marking is produced by special glands on a bare patch in the center of his chest and smells strongly of eucalyptus. He now patrols his home range constantly, on the one hand to keep away rivals, and on the other to look for females in heat. Every now and then he stops at a particular tree to renew one of his scent marks. Encounters with a lace monitor pose no threat to the koala, but for many other animals, this reptile is their most dangerous enemy. It feeds mainly on big insects, mice, small marsupials, birds and eggs. To find its prey, it crawls into hollow logs or searches for nests high up in the trees. But it also hunts effectively on the forest floor. The lace monitor can grow up to 2 meters in length and is one of the most powerful predators in the forest. These big eyes show that the bush thick-knee is a nocturnal bird. During the day it rests motionless on the ground, almost invisible in its camouflage. The young nestlings have not yet mastered the trick of staying still. Like most young, they're rather restless and trust in the care of their parents. The koala does not like walking on the forest floor, where he's most vulnerable. This one is trespassing on the home territory of another dominant male. Very cautiously, he wanders through the unfamiliar territory. Koalas normally avoid each other, but when they do happen to meet, a scent test often determines whether they will fight or not. The dominant male of the koala colony is hardly ever challenged. But this male is obviously looking for trouble. With violent bites and sharp claws, the stranger attacks the owner of the territory and tries to chase him down the tree. But the attacked male retaliates fiercely and finally puts the opponent in his place. In defeat, the loser breaks away and makes off as fast as possible. Triumphantly, the winner climbs up the tree, refreshing some of his scent marks here and there. While the intruder slinks away, the victor proclaims his superiority with loud bellows. But, evidently, the fight was quite tiring, and he cannot resist sleep for very long. Springtime is also a time of endless labor for birds. They build their nests in the hollows of the old eucalyptus trees, and there is keen competition for the best nesting places. Unfortunately, most of the giant old trees fell during the mania for deforestation at the beginning of this century. Today, the old-growth forests are very rare and slowly diminishing. So during breeding season, every single hollow is occupied. The carpet python is one of the biggest dangers for the breeding birds. In search of eggs and nestlings, it easily climbs the trees and winds its muscular body along branches and through hollows. Although the snake robs many holes, the majority remain untouched, providing safe breeding places for many birds like the scaly-breasted lorikeet or the eastern rosellas. While one of the pair sits on the nest caring for the eggs, the other often keeps guard near the entrance. Every now and then they fly off together to look for food. This kookaburra might be dangerous to their young. In any case, it is too close to the nest. With death-defying courage, the little rosella tries to chase the giant away. Termite mounds high up in a tree are ideal breeding places for the forest kingfisher, which eats mainly insects. After the eggs are hatched, the parents have to work hard to fill the ever-hungry stomachs of their young. Inside the tough walls of the termite mound, the nestlings are perfectly protected. Galahs are vegetarians, eating only seeds and fruit. But the breeding hollows are often a great distance away from their feeding grounds, and they have to fly far to supply their young with sufficient food. This time the crop is full, and the parent regurgitates the food at the entrance to the breeding hole. The young will risk sticking its head out of the protecting hollow only while one of its parents keeps guard. In the meantime, the koala's quest has finally proved successful. At the border to his territory, he meets a female in heat. It's not what you'd call a friendly date. Female koalas perform a rather aggressive courtship, so the mating looks more like a fight than a tender love affair. The male finally has a firm grip on the female. He only lets go of her again after mating has been completed. After the mating, the female is very unwilling to put up with more advances. She rejects any further social contacts. When she finally breaks loose, the worn-out lover retires and walks off. This male brush turkey pays no attention to the passing koala. He has plenty to do taking care of his own business. He has gathered a giant mound of leaves in which the females have deposited their eggs. Now he has to be very vigilant to ensure that the water dragon or other animals don't dig out his eggs. He doesn't have to incubate the eggs himself. The rotting leaves produce enough heat to do it for him. He just has to keep a constant temperature in the mound, which he does by either adding or removing piles of leaves. Patiently, the nest robber waits for its chance to steal one of the eggs. until the brush turkey chases it away. There has been no rain for months. Finally, storm clouds fill the sky, but the much-needed rain doesn't fall. A bolt of lightning can now easily ignite the dry wood and lay waste to the forests. Myths and legends tell about these dreaded events. One of the stories relates how Dungir the koala lost his tail.
Suddenly thunder roared across the land. The skies grew dark, and a gigantic bolt of fire struck the earth and set the forest aflame. From his place high up in the tree, Dungir saw the oncoming wall of fire. He climbed down, soaked his big bushy tail in a water hole, and whirled it round and around to extinguish the flames. But the water holes were soon empty, and the raging fire grew and grew. Many animals on the forest floor realized the danger too late and were swallowed by the flames. Even Dungir couldn't escape unscathed. His long bushy tail caught fire and burnt off. Without the burden of his tail, the koala fled faster. He lost his tail, but he survived.
Even though fire brings death and destruction, it's still a normal part of Australia's natural life cycle. Over millions of years, plants and animals adapted to these recurring natural forces. Often the fires are low and only race through the undergrowth. The treetops remain nearly unscathed. Even trees that are badly burned inside can sprout again after a short while. Only weak stems and dead branches burn completely. Eucalyptus trees have adapted especially well to the fires. Their bark acts as a heat shield which they simply shed and renew after a fire. Likewise, for many animals, the fire is not always a catastrophe. Just the opposite. As soon as the ashes cool, the ants are the first to leave their underground homes. Many insects have died in the fire and are carried away. The ants suffered few losses from the fire and are now living in a land of plenty. Other animals from unburned neighbouring terrain move in and resettle the scorched land, like this skink digging for food. Many of the hard eucalyptus fruit need the heat of the fire to open up and expose their seeds. And as the ashes have fertilized the soil, the seedlings now find perfect conditions for rapid growth. And the roots of the burnt grass sprout fresh blades with renewed energy. A few weeks after the fire, the earth erupts with new green shoots, and the charred soil disappears. In the short, fresh grass, animals find little protection, and so the kookaburra has an easy time hunting. Good luck again for the successful hunter. Newcomers from the surrounding areas reinforce the fire-weakened populations, and the abandoned home ranges of the koala colony will soon be occupied once again. Koalas are marsupials. In contrast to modern mammals, they're born as tiny embryos, crawl into their mother's pouch, and complete their development there. After 4 to 5 months, the young koala starts to venture from the pouch. While it's still drinking milk, it grows slowly. To be a real koala, it must eat eucalyptus leaves. It needs the special microorganisms in its intestines which help to digest these tough leaves. So the mother secretes a half-digested pap, which the baby eagerly devours. This substance is rich in necessary microorganisms and forms part of the young koala's diet for about a month. Without this pap, the little one couldn't survive. It's still a very fragile creature and doesn't leave its mother's pouch very often. Right from birth, its front paws are still the best developed parts of its body, very useful for clinging to its mother's fur. It takes several weeks for the microorganisms from its mother's feces to stabilize in the young koala's appendix. Only then can it digest eucalyptus leaves in addition to its mother's milk. Like all children, the baby koala is very playful and keeps on disrupting its mother's much-needed sleep time and again. Day or night, koalas are usually awake for only a short time, with most of their activity occurring at dusk. Just before sunset, nocturnal animals start to stir, like this tawny frogmouth and its young. This young flying fox is also getting ready for its nightly excursions. In the last rays of the setting sun, the entire flying fox colony awakens.
Wow!
With loud chirping and whistling, they climb to the outermost branches, looking for a good starting position. Thousands and thousands leave the trees simultaneously and fly off to search for food. In some of the hollows of the old eucalyptus trees, possums and gliders have slept through the day. Now they're hungry. But before they fill their bellies, they prepare for the night activities, stretch a bit, and groom their fur. Flying foxes have an indispensable function in the forest. They're the most important pollinators for the eucalyptus flowers, which correspondingly produce most pollen at night. The irresistible scent attracts the flying foxes from near and far. Squirrel gliders feed on tree sap. They bite into the bark and lick up the oozing liquid. They're feather light, and when they spread their flying membrane between their fore and hind legs, they can easily glide from tree to tree, steering with their fluffy tail. A prehensile tail assists the larger brush-tail possum. With its help, the possum can hold tight everywhere in the tree and be comfortable in any position. Brush-tail possums are very common in the eucalyptus forests. They eat eucalyptus leaves, but not exclusively like the koala. Their diet also includes many other leaves, flowers and fruit. But like so many other animals, the common brush-tailed possum too is dependent on the old eucalyptus forests. Only there can they find enough hollows to raise their young and be safe from their enemies. At night's end, when the moon sinks towards the horizon, the flying foxes return to their colony. Unerringly, they find their way back to their own tree and settle down at the tips of the branches. A new day begins. Time seems to stand still in the koala forest. Primeval creatures live here, like the platypus, which lays eggs as well as nurses its young. Every animal, be it swamp hen or turtle, has its own special role in the myths and legends of Dreamtime, as well as the stars, the moon and the sun. In the magical morning light, the ancient tales of the Gumbaynggirr people about the movement of the sun seem to come to life.
At the dawn of time, when the earth was not yet formed, Yuladara, the first hero ancestor, came and created many rivers, mountains and forests. He had a son named Birugan, who shone as bright as Yuladara himself. So every morning, the father sends Birugan into the sky, where he moves about during the day. And every evening, the father picks his son up again and takes him underneath, until it's time for a new day.
The young koala has now grown so large that he no longer fits in his mother's pouch, but he's not yet self-sufficient. First of all, he must learn to choose the juiciest and least poisonous leaves from the many eucalyptus species. The best way to learn this is to profit from his mother's experience and sample whatever she eats. When dealing with the uncooperative eucalyptus leaves, the youngster is still rather clumsy, and his mother is not especially helpful. Time and again the little one tries to grasp the leaves, but as he's reluctant to leave his mother, he has difficulties reaching a bushel of his own. At last, the determination of the young koala pays off. He grabs a branch and triumphantly bites off the leaves. Bird chicks have an easier time. Their parents constantly stuff food down their throats. After a while and with practice, the little koala gets the hang of it and eats one leaf after the other. For a young koala with its sensitive nose, the world must smell new and exciting. Most of all, when the eucalyptus trees are blooming, enticing scents float through the forest. Flowers are desirable targets for many animals. At night time, flying foxes feast on the sweet delicacies. Now, during the day, it's mainly birds that seek out the fragrant blossoms, like the colourful rainbow lorikeets. To get their share, they fly long distances. They lick the pollen and nectar with their brush-like tongues. Their plumage is glossy and tight, which helps to prevent their feathers being fouled by the sticky food. Even adult koalas eat blossoms and go to great lengths to reach the juicy branches. The young koala is still clinging onto his mother's back. He must now learn for himself where to find the best food, which animals to be careful of, and how to find his own way around the forest. With time, he gets better acquainted with his surroundings and ever more daring and adventurous. Until, at some point, he gathers all his courage and finally ventures off alone. He doesn't seem altogether confident all alone in the tree. Apparently, he's distressed by the loud chirping of the noisy miners during one of their group displays. To care for the young in the nest, the breeding pair is assisted by their noisy relatives. The young koala's excursions get progressively longer. Since he started eating eucalyptus leaves, he's gained a lot of weight and soon developed the typical rounded koala appearance. But he's not yet weaned and always returns to his mother. Sometimes he has to search for her a little longer than usual, but at last he finds the right tree. His mother won't tolerate him on her back for much longer. Soon he will have to seek out his own home territory. He'll have to fight off rivals and finally, and with a great deal of luck, find his own place in the complex society of the koala colony. Even today, the tremendous complexity of the eucalyptus forests has not yet been fully explored. Certainly, scientists have been to great lengths and gathered thousands of isolated facts, but the forest as a whole is still largely unknown. However, the eucalyptus forest is much more than merely the sum of its parts. It's a complete ecosystem. The Australian Aborigines have always known that. They have always understood the forest as a whole, one majestic entity created by the hero ancestors. A part of Dreamtime.
colorful community of creatures. A habitat with many faces. It's wet here and impenetrable. Land like this is considered eerie, even dangerous. Yet, there are amazing discoveries to be made here. After the last ice age, upland moors formed in northern and central Europe, in places where water surplus slows the decomposition of plant material. The melting snow reveals signs of life, large animal droppings from last year, and the cranberry's frost-resistant fruits, and a tiny caterpillar that has survived the cold of winter on the upland moor. It is the larva of the endangered moorland clouded yellow butterfly. Whether in the north or south, an upland moor perches on the landscape like a slightly arched watch glass, with trees around the edge and a black pool, the bog pond, somewhere in the middle. Upland moors are easily recognizable. Low-growing birches and pines, berry bushes and sedges, and a thick cushion of sphagnum ground cover, forming massive layers of vegetation that soak up water like a sponge. Carnivorous plants, interspersed among these mats of moss, unfurl from winter buds in the spring. The leaves of the common sundew contain over 100 sticky tentacles, an ingenious trap. Once a sundew has caught an insect, it envelops it and begins digesting it slowly. It normally preys on small insects and seldom captures such large prey. The European golden plover is one of the most beautiful and rare wetland birds in Central Europe. Only a dozen pairs still breed in northern Germany today. Golden plovers are a common sight on Scandinavian moorland, even for the black grouse. Golden plovers are highly specialized, breeding only in areas with no bushes and short grass. Mating itself is a straightforward affair. Black grouse live here in the North Country all year round. These cranes, on the other hand, have just returned from wintering in southern Europe. The cranes are sure-footed enough on the wet, wobbly peat to perform their courtship displays and to mate. Although most cranes mate for life, pairs still reaffirm their partnership and get each other in the mood with courtship behavior after arriving in their breeding grounds. The hen signals she's ready to mate through cooing and by assuming an unequivocal posture. Something has disturbed the couple. The two of them are not alone. Another crane is encroaching on their turf and is immediately driven off. The snow and ice have vanished. The days grow longer and the vegetation springs to life. The foliage of the bog bilberry will soon be ripe, and the moorland-clouded yellow caterpillar waits patiently, as, like all caterpillars, it has an astonishing appetite. What is that in the bog bilberry? Snake jackets, the remnants of the year's first moltings. The common adder sheds its skin at the start of the mating season. The male snakes, which can be either two-tone or black, then convene on set sparring grounds. A ritual battle. Male adders engage in a bloodless test of strength. They engage in battle for up to half an hour in the downy sedge. The black adder finally gains victory, and the lighter colored male is forced to head off. Many of the plants are busy reproducing as well. Small silver heads emerge from brown blades. These are female hare's tail cottongrass buds. Days later, these same flowers will go through a metamorphosis. They become male and send their pollen on a voyage. When the cotton grass is in bloom, an incessant glugging sound reverberates throughout some moors. It's the call of the moor frog. In spawning season, male frogs turn blue in color. This helps them differentiate between males and females when looking for a mate in the melee. Moor frogs live in low moors, just like water rails. This secretive bird loves bodies of water with expansive, marshy banks. When a shallow lake slowly becomes overgrown and silts up, it becomes a fen, or low moor. As is the case with all moorland, more dead plant material accumulates in such areas than microorganisms can break down. Fen woods begin to grow on the banks of such dying lakes, perfect breeding sites for cranes. They can use their long legs to stroll to their nests, which are inaccessible to egg thieves like foxes. The crane is not the only animal that breeds in the low moor. The harvest mouse will raise its young here later in the year. The marsh of the upland moor offers safety too. The whole moor rises higher as the vegetation grows. It is no longer in contact with the groundwater. Common teal bear and raise their young here because the bog promises refuge from nest robbers. Floating grasslands, waterholes, marshland. This is the realm of the carnivorous sundew. After unfurling its sticky leaves, it begins to blossom. Yet, as if the insects have decided not to pollinate them to exact revenge, the blossoms do not open at all. This plant can pollinate itself from within its own flower buds. Somewhere in the moor, frequently in areas where the terrain is uneven and groups of shrubs grow, is the adder's mating spot. The fighting is far from over here in this neck of the moor. A black male keeps a female under careful watch. He wants to mate with her. Not far away, a light-colored male has picked up the scent. The black male has nearly made it to the finishing line. The brownish female is now besieged by two admirers, but she will not mate until one of the males has driven the other away. This skirmish could go on for hours. The two-tone male suddenly goes on the attack and forces the blackadder to flee. If they're able to mate successfully, the female adder will give birth to about a dozen baby adders in the summer. In the bilberry bush, the moorland-clouded yellow caterpillar prepares to pupate. It has already fastened itself to a branch with a silken thread. Now, at dusk, a peculiar sound can be heard in some areas of the large, untouched moorlands of northern and eastern Europe. It's the courtship song of the great snipe. This bird doesn't hit top form until after nightfall. In the run-up, this well-camouflaged bird makes its way through the moor to the courting arena. Somewhere in the moor, there are predefined meeting points. Sometimes as many as 30 males vie to outdo the others and impress the females with their singing prowess and show of feathers. The courtship display goes on until dawn. These peculiar birds then fly off, as if they've received some secret sign. At one time, the song of the great snipe could be heard in the moors of Central Europe, even in Germany. However, about a century ago, those populations died out. Sweden, Norway and Lithuania have lost half of the moorland they once had. Denmark and the countries to its south and west have managed to destroy 99% of their moorland. Excavators and cutters are used to scrape away the top layer of peat from the surface. Every hectare of moorland that dries up releases up to 30 tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere annually. Because once the plant remains are exposed to air, they begin to decay. The European Union is second to only Indonesia when it comes to releasing harmful greenhouse gases into the environment through the destruction of moorland. Approximately 2/3 of Europe's moors have been destroyed by desiccation, and there is no end in sight. Delicate treasures from the plant world grow in the moors that remain, such as this dwarf birch in a moor in southern Germany. This tree, which grows no higher than cotton grass, is a rarity here. In the rough climate of Scandinavia, however, dwarf birches thrive in nearly every moor. As long as their habitat remains intact, grazing ungulates, like the elk, cannot harm this tiny tree's population. All plants, whether birch or cotton grass, arm themselves against animals that are out to feast on them by producing large quantities of seeds. The wet gullies between the islands of cotton grass are home to moor ants. They, like the dwarf birch, are relicts of the Ice Age. Moor ants are moor experts in many regards. They use bridges and live inside the damp cushion of peat moss. The most amazing thing about these ants is how they get their food. Moor ants hardly ever hunt for themselves. They let the sundew hunt for them, snatching away nearly 3/4 of all the insects a plant catches. The stolen goods are then taken into the nest and used to feed ant larvae. Flourishing golden plover and moor ant populations are sure signs of healthy moorlands. On the edge of an intact layer of peat surface covering, one often finds a forested ridge. This is often surrounded with an ecologically valuable belt of wet meadowlands and fen woods. The borders between these boggy habitats are fluid. As the diversity of the landscape grows, so does the number of animals who call it home. The roe grazes on the fresh foliage of the berry bushes, eating as many tender shoots and buds as possible. Signs of life from the bilberry bush. The chrysalis of the moorland clouded yellow butterfly still hangs by a silky thread from one of its branches. We can already see the color of its wings and the shape of its antennae through the puparium. The hatching process, which always happens in the early morning, takes only 2 minutes. Nothing less than a small miracle. It takes a while for the wings and chitinous outer shell of the butterfly to harden and take on their permanent form. Time for its virgin flight. But the clouded yellow butterfly isn't flying off for the sake of amusement. The band of low moor surrounding the upland moor is of special importance to the clouded yellow butterfly. The wet meadows are where the clouded yellow butterfly will find life-sustaining nectar. This high-sugar food is essential in ensuring it will be able to reproduce. The meadows in the low moor are home to strange plants, like this white flower, a butterfly orchid. They come into their own at nightfall. When all is dark, a pleasant scent of vanilla rises over the wet meadow. It's being emanated by the butterfly orchid, which only tempts pollinators with nectar at nighttime. Butterfly orchids are pollinated by moths, which are now being enticed with a lovely smell and a sweet reward. The harvest mouse is busy at night too. The grass cover provides more protection from predators at night than it does in the daytime. Well-structured low moors with waterways running through them and lined with healthy woodlands on one side and upland moors on the other are true natural treasures. One particularly beautiful example of this in Central Europe can be found in the Bohemian forest, in the heart of the Šumava National Park in the Czech Republic. It's home to an array of fascinating moor flora and fauna, such as round-leaved sundew. Thieving moor ants are not the only thing that make life difficult for this carnivorous plant. Sundew plume moth caterpillars feed on its sticky leaves. And that's not all. Sundew plume moth caterpillars eat the leaves and the insects the plant has captured. It's a nutrient-rich feast. Salad with a meat garnish, if you will. The caterpillars can use the energy stores, for they too are about to pupate, and they usually do so on a sundew pedicel. The water-laden peat is releasing lots of moisture into the air right now. The moor is hot and humid, and that attracts the roebuck. Moors are usually bereft of humans, and as such offer a peaceful spot for the deer. Heavy, waterlogged clouds signal the coming of the lifeblood of an upland moor. Upland moors are said to be ombrotrophic, that is, rain-fed. This is because their water is supplied exclusively by the heavens, and not from groundwater or any other source. This rainwater will never reach the bottom of the moor. Thanks to the highly absorbent peat moss, it will remain stored in the sponge-like body of the moor. Black ponds form in depressions on the surface of the peat. Only certain plants and animals can flourish in this highly acidic water. Cyprinids, like the Prussian and Crucian carp, are able to live in this peaty water, as do mosquito larvae, their staple food. They also enjoy dining on the larvae of the white-faced darter dragonfly. The mosquito larvae, for their part, filter minuscule moor algae and other microscopic creatures out of the water. Other predators lurk above the water's surface as well. The night heron's preferred meal is fish. The constant cycle of eat and be eaten. The moor vegetation, however, doesn't appear subject to this. The omnipresence of water keeps dead vegetation from becoming humus, meaning that layer upon layer of plant matter builds up and the moor becomes ever more formidable, growing roughly a meter every 1,000 years. Bilberry bushes grow on the edge of the bog pond. Their leaves are dotted with little red specks. These are the eggs of the moorland clouded yellow, a rare sight nowadays, as the destruction of moorland has greatly endangered this butterfly's survival. A few days later, tiny caterpillars hatch. The female moorland clouded yellow has nearly white wings. The male, on the other hand, does the name justice. In no time at all, the bilberry leaves look odd. The culprit, the very hungry moorland clouded yellow caterpillar. The caterpillars that hatch in spring feed on tender buds, while leaves are all that are left for those born a generation later in the summer. However, as the leaves are too thick and leathery, the little caterpillar eats only the tissue between the veins of the leaf and leaves only the framework. From a distance, one notices the bushes and trees, but the lion's share of the plant biomass in an upland moor is moss. A plant like sphagnum moss that is so successful in such a habitat must have a secret when it comes to reproduction. If the rainfall and air temperature are right, sphagnum, or peat moss, forms spores in dark-colored capsules at the tips of its branches. Amazingly, the pressure inside the tiny capsule is the same as in the tire of a lorry. That's all of 5 bar. The wind carries this precious cargo across the moor to where it can germinate. The countless little bodies of water in a moor are home to unusual creatures, many of which can only be found in the nutrient-poor, acidic water of these pint-sized ponds. They have spent 2 years living underwater as larvae. Now these white-faced darter are emerging from the sphagnum to live life as flying insects for a few short weeks. Their purpose is to find food and a mate so they can reproduce. Yet another carnivorous plant lives in the moor's periodically dry waterways or gullies, the English sundew. It's one of the few plants that can take root in the groundless peat mire, which contains almost no nutrients. This means it must get the nitrogen vital for survival from another source. English sundew also feeds on captured insects. It is, however, capable of attracting and coping with larger prey than its round-leaved cousin. One is hard-pressed to find another habitat in the moor as extreme as this. The lack of nutrients is just one of many problems. The water comes and goes. For the most part, the dark water channel is exposed to direct sunlight and heats up very quickly. Sundew and adder can find new old homes in renatured moorland. Nonetheless, what has been lost can only be restored over the course of decades. The heather growing on the peat along the banks of this artificial channel and moor pond is nice to look at, but it is a sign that something is not quite right here. Heather loves dry ground. Wherever lots of it grows, the absorbent function of the upland moor has been destroyed by desiccation. When a drained moorland is reflooded, animals that have become rare are likely to settle. The large marsh grasshopper is benefiting from such nature conservancy measures. It's one of our most colourful and biggest indigenous grasshoppers. Large marsh grasshoppers are easily recognisable by their song, which is produced by a rhythmic snapping of their hind legs. The carnivorous sundew poses no threat to this powerful grasshopper. On the contrary, it is more likely to devour the sundew, although the marsh grasshopper mainly feeds on grasses. These insects are impressive jumpers and flyers. And tenacious rivals when it comes to finding a female to mate with. The large marsh grasshopper pair marches across the wet ground. This will be their breeding ground. The eggs can only develop if the ground moisture is high enough. In recent years, many marsh grasshopper populations in Europe have gone extinct. More and more of their habitat, which was for centuries considered too low quality for cultivation, has been turned into farmland. Today, Crops are being grown for biomass to generate power, where wet meadows once flourished. Breeding grounds for adders have also become rare, especially in Central Europe. This female adder has incubated about a dozen eggs inside its body. Now, in midsummer, her young break out of their transparent, paper-thin shells immediately after being laid. The little adders molt shortly after hatching. Their mother stops caring for them immediately. Moors often look dreary from a distance. One doesn't easily recognize the biodiversity within them. On the blossoms of the round-leaved sundew, the sundew plume moths are hatching from their pupae. It took 2 weeks for the tiny, hairy, monster-like creatures that attacked and devoured the sundew's sticky traps and prey to transform into delicate Lepidoptera with feathery wings. They set out to look for mates and a sundew to lay eggs on. And if chance should have it, they might just end up in a new moor that no sundew plume moths call home. Another new generation is being born on the edge of the upland moor in the bog forest too. After a month-long incubation period, a chick has emerged from one of the 2 crane eggs. Barely a day old, the newborn crane can already stand and walk. Yet its mother still tries to roll the little one into the middle of the nest like an egg, possibly out of habit. Although the sustenance from the yolk will keep the fledgling crane going for 2 days, its parents waste no time bringing it fresh food from the low moor. The chick is quick to learn that dragonfly larvae can be eaten. It just can't fathom how. There we go. Upland moor, marsh, fenwood. The ground sways everywhere and is full of peat in various stages of development. The water rail finds its favorite insects to eat, and a sheltered spot between the rush reeds and horsetail for its offspring as well. Those who prefer it dry, yet still wish to enjoy the protection of the marsh against four-legged predators, simply need to brood above water level among the blades of reeds, like this Eurasian reed warbler. The harvest mouse, our smallest native rodent, finds its food on the top floor among the meadowsweet seeds. This little mouse is also building its own little flood-proof nest here. Its offspring lay in the center of it, not even 48 hours old, and barely larger than a coffee bean. The mother has left the nest for a moment to eat fruit from the great burnet. Although we're all more or less familiar with moors as habitat, there are perhaps many more animals and plants to discover here than we are generally unfamiliar with than elsewhere. The upland moor waxcap, for example, one of the most brilliantly colourful mushrooms found at our latitude. No one knows why this mushroom is so brightly coloured. The first cold nights turn the birch foliage colour. Autumn is starting. The cranes get ready to migrate south. Large open moorlands will serve as places to rest and convene. Then comes winter, a time when no life, well, nearly no life, stirs for months in the moor. Until the black grouse once again chime in the new year with their graceful licking display. A show that can be observed in many places in Scandinavia. Black grouse have long vanished from most moors in Central Europe.
There's a place full of species long believed extinct, where creation made laws that only apply here. A place teeming with species found nowhere else. Lord Howe Island is a unique microcosm, a Garden of Eden, a collection of botanical and zoological wonders. An Eden of the South Pacific between Australia and New Zealand. It rises from the deep thousands of meters down. Created by a whim of nature, it is fragile and endangered. Only man can secure its future. Lord Howe is a paradise with changeable weather. The huge mass of Mount Gower soars from the sea to a height of almost 900 meters. It draws approaching storm clouds like a magnet. "700 kilometers off the coast of New South Wales, the weather can change from one moment to the next. Storms come and go, and sometimes stay, clinging grimly to the rocks of the island. Even underwater, they feel the swell. Wind and waves release huge forces, even down here. Everything is moving. The sea creatures seek shelter. Any fish that can finds a nook or cranny. Even 30 meters down, the swell shifts the seabed. Only a few, like this double-header, are still on the lookout for prey. The storm seems undecided as to whether to break in full force. Suddenly the clouds part and the sun breaks through. But the strong winds have damaged the white tern colony. Helpless, the parent birds flutter over their nesting places. This 3-week-old chick is fighting for its life. It might survive the 4-meter fall, but on the ground its chances would be slim. White terns do not build nests. On the bare branches, their eggs and young are at the mercy of the elements. Whenever there's a storm, Ian Hutton is out in it. Nothing will keep him at home, because he knows that his white terns, his children, need his help. The birds of Lord Howe Island are what gives Ian's life meaning. They're why he left the comforts of life on the mainland 25 years ago. The mother has returned with food for her young. She watches the interfering stranger suspiciously. But Ian knows the parents won't reject the baby, even though he has touched it. The mother approaches carefully, and as soon as the chick smells the fish, it forgets its fear and the storm. This chick is not the only victim. The white terns only came to Lord Howe in the 1950s, when the Norfolk pines were planted. The trees are their favourite nesting places. Why, no one knows, as every storm claims its victims. Seeking shelter, fallen birds move further and further away from their parents. Knowing that the fallen baby birds will not survive unaided, Ian takes them to the Wilson family to be looked after until they're ready to fly. With great powers of persuasion, empathy, and infinite patience, and above all, with his books, Ian has succeeded in raising the islanders' awareness of their unique animal and plant world. For a long time, nature's abundance was taken too much for granted on Lord Howe, which is why Ian fights to save every baby bird.
Parents may come back or it may not, so rather than have it starve there, brought it down here to Camel, and every year he raises about 10 of these little birds. So these ones have been here about a month. And we'll just add this one here to the lot, and he'll be hand fed every day. And he should survive.
The weather is changing again. The wind is now buffeting the island at more than 80 kilometers an hour. Birds that haven't found shelter must be careful. Within minutes, the storm can blow up to cyclone force. In the sea, too, the storm is raging. A sea urchin is dislodged by the strong swell. The doubleheader picks up the tumbling movement. If the urchin lands with its unprotected stomach facing upward, it won't have a chance. The doubleheader isn't the only one interested. But the moray eel takes over only when the doubleheader's more powerful jaws have broken the urchin open. The brightly coloured coral fish are scavengers. They too want their share. The doubleheader becomes more aggressive, and the moray eel gives in. In less than a minute, it's all over. All that remains is a hollowed-out skeleton. The ever-hungry doubleheader moves on to the coral and algae. An omnivore found only in the waters of Lord Howe Island, it is perfectly adapted to this tiny ecosystem. The feast is soon over, and so is the storm. Suddenly, Lord Howe shows its other face. Paradise set on an ancient volcano. Mount Gower rises nearly 3,000 meters from the sea floor. But it has been a loser in the struggle between wind and waves. What you see today is only a fraction of what was once a huge island. Millions of years of erosion have reduced it to about 1/40th of its original size. All over the island, strange rock formations stand like wounded soldiers, raising their twisted forms to the sky. In the course of a few million years, a brief moment in the history of the Earth, the huge massif of Mount Gower disappeared. But the disappearance of the massif left behind a unique habitat on the mountain plateau. A fairy tale forest, a magic garden cut off from the Earth's history. Over 100 plant species are found only in this lonely forest. The rare flightless woodhen survives only here, and this is where 20,000 Providence petrels gather for their annual mating ritual. As a World Heritage Site, Lord Howe Island enjoys unique protection. Just 400 islanders live here, mostly descendants of the first 5 families who settled on the island 150 years ago. And there are the tourists, limited by agreement with UNESCO to a maximum of 400 per day. Both man and nature seem to have withdrawn from the outside world. Other rules apply here. It's one of the few places in Australia where children can still go to school barefoot. The children also design the island's phone book, and every islander's nickname is included. Everything has its own rhythm. Lord Howe time. The island is a legend. The mere mention of the name Lord Howe is enough to fill many Australians with a yearning to go there. But the limit on visitor numbers makes it an exclusive destination, full of surprises. Many well-known species are found in unusual forms here, above and below the surface. Here you enter a strange world. The clownfish, star of Finding Nemo, is usually orange and white. Here there is a different species. The Lord Howe clownfish is black and white. This looks like a perfectly normal coral reef. But coral reefs are not usually found this far south. It's too cold. Even so, countless tropical species live among the strange structures that ring the island. Right next to the reef, there are algae and sponges found only in cold water. Two different worlds are side by side. Several currents from the South Pole and the equator ensure that two completely different habitats meet off Lord Howe, tropical and cold waters. The fish move between the two worlds. Species that normally never meet come face to face on the southernmost coral reef in the world. The storm is not yet over, but the work can't wait. Ian Hutton takes ornithologist Darren Peck to Muttonbird Point, nesting place of the muttonbirds, or shearwaters. Well hidden under the long grass on the cliff, the chicks await the return of their parents. Darren is one of many researchers who keep coming back to study the island's unique bird life.
38.7.
Ian's help is essential. On their own, strangers would take days to find the birds.
And the wind is 35.8.
The chicks are weighed, measured and checked 3 times a week. Their growth is monitored because shearwater numbers are declining. At the same time, masked boobies are reproducing at a great rate. Even though this is Muttonbird Point, the masked boobies now dominate its nesting. The delicate balance has been upset. Ian was the first to study the behaviour of the boobies. He knows their partnership rituals, which bolster a couple's lifelong relationship. And he found out why the boobies are living in what was the muttonbird's home. An apparently insignificant human action has destroyed the habitat of one of these species.
This native grass was growing all over Muttonbird Point until 1948 when somebody planted kikuyu grass, and that spread over most of the point, which has benefited the masked booby. They can nest on it more densely, but the poor shearwaters that used to nest here, they can't nest here anymore because the kikuyu, the introduced grass, that chokes their burrows.
The elegant parents accompany the still awkward young boobies on their maiden flight. An idyllic picture. However, the balance has been upset. These problems are found all over Lord Howe, wherever humans have carelessly intervened. Lord Howe Island was discovered in 1788. 40 years later, 5 families gradually settled here. Their persistence on their isolated island is amazing. In the early decades, they often went hungry. To this day, their descendants determine the island's fate and defend it against newcomers. Until the mid-1970s, there was little contact with the outside world. They often had to wait weeks for the supply ship. Despite aircraft and telecommunications, the fear of being cut off still lingers. So the islanders have bought a cargo ship. It comes every 2 weeks, bringing food ordered by phone from supermarkets on the mainland. From cement mixers to desks, cars to pencils, virtually everything on Lord Howe Island comes on this ship. But the construction of the new jetty changed the bay. The wooden piles have attracted giant shoals of catfish. Shoals provide safety in numbers against predators. And the jetty has brought plenty of predators too. Stingrays are attracted by waste from the jetty. A catfish would be a tasty snack, but there isn't much here today, and the giant ray takes his leave. Most people don't notice the changes underwater. Who knows what shellfish, seaweed or plankton have come to the island via the hull of the supply ship? Any contact with the outside world could lead to the collapse of the island's fragile ecosystem. Visitors above the water are much easier to identify. In 1918, a stowaway came to Lord Howe Island. Over the side or in a crate, it doesn't matter, but nothing has been the same since. Within a few years, 9 bird species had disappeared. Humans played a part in it too. They had no idea that the birds were just the first to leave the island forever. The rats gorged themselves on the unprotected eggs and nestlings. Then they started attacking the flora. Their favourite food was the fruit of the Kentia palm. The failure to deal with the intruder became such a problem that the islanders' livelihood was at stake. Dean Hiscox is a fisherman, diving instructor and national park ranger. In the season, he's also a Kentia harvester, the toughest job on the island. At up to $1,600 a day, it's also the best paid. But after 3 days of shinning up and down trees, Ocker, as he's known, needs at least 3 days rest. The Kentia palm was once unique to the island, and it's still vital to the island's economy. From Lord Howe Island, the palm has gone to living rooms all over the world. Small Kentia palms are popular pot plants. If it weren't for the palm exports, many islanders would have to leave. It takes 7 months for the seeds to germinate, and nurseries have been set up to meet the demand. Annette Thompson works in one. Under her supervision, 600,000 seeds a year are planted here. They are nurtured in special germ-free soil. In the greenhouses, protected from rats and other pests, 90% of the seeds germinate. But until then, Annette has to keep a constant eye on the tiny seeds. When the seedlings are the right size to be shipped, it has to be done quickly. They arrive in greenhouses in Europe and the United States within 48 hours, either to be sold or to be further grown. Every inch of storage space is used. They are packed quickly and efficiently. It's only when the plane leaves that Lord Howe time takes over again. The rhythm of nature never stops. On Mount Eliza, the red-tailed tropic birds are starting their courtship flights. The male's mating ritual includes circling, soaring, and manoeuvring in front of his chosen female. In order to keep her interest, he has to do it over and over again. Because thousands of rivals are waiting for their chance to attract the females. Tropic birds breed in greater numbers on Lord Howe than anywhere else. Yet it's still hard for Ian to get a photo. The nests are hidden in inaccessible niches in the cliffs. The larger the chicks are, the more aggressively they beg for food. The birds, so elegant when they fly, are clumsy when they walk. The walk from the nest is a balancing act. Every view on Lord Howe Island is of a different bird territory. Every bird species has its own territory, but they all compete for food. That is where specialization comes in. At low tide, when parts of the sea floor are exposed, the beach teems with small, agile birds. There's plenty of food here. The ruddy turnstones have evolved their own feeding techniques and are very successful. Other birds are less skillful, but they may still find some leftovers. Or they might steal from a careless relative. It has been difficult for the human residents too, since Lord Howe Island was declared a World Heritage Site. Many children will have no future on the island. The strict rules mean that no new houses may be built. Ruby, Anna and Nathan will probably have to leave. Ian is fighting for these children. He often goes to the reef with them at low tide. He wants to help them understand what conservation means and make them enthusiastic about it.
Oh, what's there? A baby sea urchin.
This one?
A very small one.
By touching and feeling things, the children learn to understand the natural wonders of their island home.
You feel the top with your finger.
Hey, a bit of his like the...
Ian is pleased to see how happy the children are when they touch a sea urchin, starfish or sea cucumber. 12-year-old Ruby is full of enthusiasm. Ian is glad to answer all the curious questions. Yet he himself is a victim of the restrictive conditions. He has no permanent home, and this may mean that as a newcomer he will have to leave the island, even after 25 years. The sea hare is a kind of sea slug, one of many species around the islands. Lacking a shell, it relies on camouflage for protection. The Spanish dancer, a 20-centimetre sea snail, has another strategy. it feeds on poisonous seaweed. It is itself immune to the poison, but deters predators by storing it in its body. Even its eggs are poisonous, so they can be exposed to the current without protection. Other species protect their eggs devotedly. The reef ocean perch constantly swims around them, creating a current that maximizes their oxygen supply. It isn't easy for the corals to survive in the world's southernmost reef. Not only do they face storms and cold currents, but also their worst enemy has followed them here from warmer waters. The crown of thorns starfish creeps from coral to coral. When it comes to a polyp, its stomach puffs out through its mouth, covers the polyp, and begins to eat it alive. All it leaves behind is the bleached limestone skeleton of the victim. Large numbers of crown-of-thorns starfish have been turning up in recent years. Is this also because of human activity above and beneath the water? The flowers also provide plenty of puzzles for scientists. At first sight, Lord Howe is a sea of flowers, but there are drawbacks. Most of the flowers are introduced varieties that are driving the native flowers out. Ian Hutton is fighting on this front too. The island has 348 human residents and about 220 introduced species. Of those, 17 are weeds that spread rapidly, crowding out all the other plants. Ian mobilises tourists for his campaigns. They sacrifice their holiday for this paradise at the end of the earth. And it is working. The flora and fauna on the tiny islands around Lord Howe have not been affected. The islands are still a refuge for rare and exotic creatures. The black Lord Howe cockroach was perfectly adapted until the island was invaded by rats and humans. Over time, it had lost its wings and its legs evolved into stumps. Its body shape became rounder and more solid, in contrast to that of its unpopular relative, the domestic cockroach. With no predators, it had no need to run away. Well camouflaged, the Lord Howe gecko awaits its prey. He isn't interested in cockroaches. He'll find smaller, tastier insects in the undergrowth. The most famous creature lives on the archipelago's remotest and most spectacular island, Ball's Pyramid. It stands 551 metres above the sea. It was thought there was nothing on it but a few stunted tea trees. But under these bushes, scientists found the well-preserved skin of an insect that was believed extinct decades ago. Curious, the men climbed higher. And at the next bush, a relic from the age of the dinosaurs came towards them, as if waiting to be discovered. A bizarre stick insect, almost 15 centimetres long. This could only happen on Lord Howe. Just 24 of the insects were found. Scientists captured 2 breeding pairs and began an elaborate breeding program, although no one knew what the insect ate or when it mated. Their numbers have now almost trebled. And the scientists can now tell the male from the female. Ball's Pyramid must be the loneliest spot in Australia. It is where the warm and cold ocean currents meet. Food is plentiful, and not just for the plankton-eating manta rays, almost 6 metres long. Many sharks are also attracted by the shoals of small fish that feed on the plankton. The sharks are always on the prowl. Small fish gather in elegant formations, seeking refuge in the crowd. It's only a matter of time until the sharks attack. And hunters are waiting near the surface as well. The strong currents have created a complex system of underwater caverns, huge labyrinths where the sea has created a new habitat. Some creatures never leave these caves. Others hide in holes and only venture out to mate or to feed at night. When the sun sets, the stick insect on Ball's Pyramid appears on the only bush that can survive on the storm-buffeted rocks. It only eats the leaves of this bush. And, of course, this is a special variety of tea tree that only grows in the Lord Howe archipelago. Marine creatures have developed all sorts of strategies to protect themselves at night. But things are a little different on Lord Howe. The parrotfish usually spins itself a cocoon of mucus to keep its predator, the black-tip shark, from getting its scent. But there are no black tips here, so the parrotfish can sleep unprotected. Other creatures are extremely careful. This decorator crab covers itself in such a coating of algae and sponges it is almost undetectable. If it goes elsewhere, it has to change its camouflage. At night, a false move can be fatal. Many hunters are on the lookout. The lionfish spreads its poisonous spines while it waits to snap up its prey. The trumpetfish floats like a leaf for hours, waiting for the right moment. The frogfish is perfectly camouflaged. A poor swimmer, it melts into its surroundings. Then it crawls along the seabed on fins like tiny feet. Then it attacks so quickly that its victim doesn't notice a thing. But something unusual is happening on this March night. A new cry pierces the darkness. At twilight, the first Providence petrels land on the Mount Gower Plateau. They have flown tens of thousands of kilometres. This is their only nesting place in the world. Right away, they start building their nests. The weather on Lord Howe forces them to. Only nesting places on small hills are safe. The frequent rain regularly floods the caves lower down and would endanger the chicks. Once claimed, the nest is defended against all comers, even if there's not yet any mate. Of course, the arrival of the Providence petrels has not gone unnoticed down at the foot of Mount Gower. The birds' cries fill the air. Many have already flown around the mountain in the early evening. Ian Hutton has been waiting for this for months. At first light, he sets out on the 4-hour climb up Mount Gower. He passes the Norfolk pines and the white tern colony, more peaceful in the calm weather than it was on his last visit. Pairs of birds spend the night huddled together for warmth. There's not much room in the trees, and the birds are very conscious of one another's territory. Ian believes that couples sleep on the same spot, on the same branch, year after year. The mating season lasts until spring. Lord Howe is now a paradise for the white tern, a species increasingly endangered worldwide. There are now more than 200 breeding pairs, and all of them have to find shelter in the few Norfolk pines. Like this one, white terns are quite willing to take advantage of any finds on the beach, but usually they catch and eat their prey on the wing, far out over the sea. The rest of the colony is still setting out for the daily hunt. After half an hour, Ian reaches the woods at the base of Mount Gower. Almost straight away, he hears a sound unique to Lord Howe Island. A step, a breaking branch, and the wood hen is alert. Unlike most birds, the wood hen reacts to a disturbance by defending its territory, even against Ian. The greater the noise, the more determined the wood hen becomes. Like so many island birds, the wood hen has lost the ability to fly. A bird that doesn't fly doesn't have to eat so much. A sensible strategy in an environment without predators. But it also made them an easy catch for the first settlers, for whom the wood hens were a delicacy. The settlers' cats, dogs and pigs made short work of the eggs and chicks. Barely 30 birds survived, all of them on the Mount Gower Plateau. Then came the world's most successful reproduction program. First, 3 pairs were bred in captivity. The eggs were hatched and the fledglings were released. Rangers laid poisoned rat traps to protect the eggs and chicks. Now there are almost 300 birds, and they are carefully monitored. Every autumn, the rangers set out with huge nets and special whistles that imitate the territorial call of a wood hen. They are counting the wood hen stocks. The wood hens are used to it. But that doesn't mean they like it. They've grown shy. So when they're suddenly surrounded, things have to go very quickly. The birds are weighed in air-permeable, coarse-grained linen bags. The rangers catch every bird at least once a year. A database analyses every change in size and weight, no matter how small. The rangers use a system of different coloured bands to tell whether, when and where a bird has been caught before. There is probably no animal species in the world whose behaviour has been analysed as much as that of the wood hen. But that is why the programme has been so successful. The birds have now spread all over the island. Things are looking good for the wood hen, the symbol of the island's unique natural world. At least one would think so. But once the biological balance has been upset, the problems just don't stop. There's now a new problem. This is a rail, a relative of the wood hen. It's the same size, but a lot more agile, and was introduced by man. While it's not an enemy, it does compete for exactly the same resources.
This little chick's only 1 or 2 days old. He's still got the egg tooth on there. That'll drop after a couple of days. This is one of the birds that's benefited from the move to get rid of cats off Lord Howe Island. When cats were removed, these birds were able to increase all through the settlement area, and other birds have too, but this is probably the most notable of the birds on Lord Howe that has increased since cats have gone.
Because there are still too few wood hens, the rails are winning the race to breed. They breed faster, and they've adapted better to humans. As yet, no one knows how to stop them. Ian can't miss the chance to photograph this spider. After 25 years of research, he's still surprised at the diversity of species on the island. After an hour and a half, Ian reaches the so-called lower road, the track along this 400-metre basalt wall, carved out by the wind and waves. Since a recent landslide, the track has been marked with ropes. The rock is slippery. Clouds and mists appear constantly. The extreme humidity at the top of Mount Gower makes climbing unpleasant, but is essential for the unique plant life. The only ecosystem similar to this one is on the slopes of mountains in East Africa. At the top are 5 streams, no more than a few hundred metres apart. For Ian, it's just a few steps from one creek to the next, but for some of the creatures in them, they are barriers they can never cross. Under the water, it's like another planet. Each stream is an isolated microcosm. Each stream has its own species of snail. They will never meet their neighbours in the next pool. Another water animal has evolved in its own way. The caddisflies move between worlds. Only their larvae live underwater. They leave the water to mate. They have now spread all over the mountain. The larvae live on the leaves that drop from the primeval forest. Shrimp have ended up here too, another Lord Howe puzzle. The freshwater shrimp live in the not very extensive waters of the streams. No one knows how they got here. Eels have made their way up here as well. They work their way up the mountain streams from the sea. If necessary, they can even cover short distances on land. Up here, 600 metres above sea level, they face no predators and there is an unlimited supply of food. After climbing for 3 hours, Ian has a clear view of the summit and of the gathering petrels. Every hour there are more. This is a crucial point in the climb, a vertical rock face 20 metres high. For many intruders, it is an insuperable obstacle. No feral pig could climb this natural barrier. This unique natural world was saved from the omnivores by a whim of nature. The rocky barrier, almost 700 metres above sea level, provides the last view of the island before the entrance to the high plateau. Here the terrain is suddenly flatter. Ian has reached the first of the 4 plateau levels. The further he goes, the more the vegetation changes. The number of endemic species increases with every metre of height. 40% of the plant varieties on the plateau only grow here, on an area the size of 35 football fields. If these plants were dug up and taken down to sea level, they would die in a few days. They have survived in the humidity for thousands of years, each with its own strategies. This fern has 2 different kinds of leaf. The broad ones photosynthesize sugar and starch to feed the plant. The narrow ones are for reproduction. This yellow fork fern is one of the oldest plants on Earth. It was around long before our ferns and the dinosaurs took over the world. Ian has found just 40 specimens since 1980. He now records GPS data for every new discovery so that he can monitor their growth. On this plateau, there's a great deal for the plant lover. Every time he comes here, Ian is captivated by its beauty. He even forgets his actual goal, the Providence petrels. In the magic world of the peak, it's easy to forget about time and objectives. Only the cheeky currawongs distract him, until he discovers the next treasure.
This is one of the beautiful mosses on the top of Mount Gower. There's 105 moss species up here because of the cloud forest and the constant high humidity. And this group of mosses, the Dorsania group, they're amongst the tallest mosses in the world. It certainly is the largest moss here on Lord Howe Island.
Many of the plants found in such abundance up here are endangered. The small mountain palm only grows here. It was almost extinct because its fruit was a favourite with rats, which ate the seeds before they ripened. So much rat poison is now used on the plateau that the palm can reproduce once more, for the first time in almost 100 years. The screeching is getting louder. In the afternoon, the Providence petrels return from their sea hunt. From their thicket hideouts, they express their indignation at the presence of a human interloper. Ian makes calls of his own. The noise makes the petrels inquisitive. They aren't at all fearful. Ian's first calls bring them out to investigate.
What you doing? There's no one else here.
More and more birds come out, and a unique spectacle begins. Providence petrels are very aggressive. They fight for every inch of territory. More than 20,000 of them will live on this small plateau for the next few months, and they'll attack whenever they hear a noise. sometimes Ian thinks he hears a different cry, a special pitch, or that he sees other plumage colours. Then he follows the birds to their burrow, ignoring the snapping beaks, and fights his way through the undergrowth. He is looking for the legendary Kermendek, another species of petrel that was killed off by rats years ago. Could there be a few left? Despite all the studies, have some survived somewhere in the masses of other species? Ian dreams of rediscovering them. It would be another chapter in his book of natural wonders on Lord Howe Island.
We are setting off on an African adventure. Our destination is the famous Serengeti. We're taking you along on the greatest animal migration in the world, when millions of wildebeest make the long journey from Tanzania to Kenya. It's a journey into the unknown. On their odyssey, the wildebeest will meet very different neighbours. There are also some spotted and striped travelling companions on this 1,000-kilometre march. Unfortunately, not all travel acquaintances mean well. Those who get separated from the group are particularly vulnerable. We suddenly realize something else that we're going to experience on this trip. The great wildebeest migration is representative of the merciless cycle of life and death. But as yet, everything is peaceful. That's why the plain has turned into a playground for the 200,000 migrating zebras. Sometimes zebras and lions even think alike. Lions mate up to 40 times a day, so we take the opportunity to fortify ourselves.
Looks good.
Pasta alla Tanzania. Instead of seasoning our meal with pepper, the wind gives it a good sprinkling of dust. We're not the only ones enjoying a spot of lunch. The vultures always manage to find plenty of food during the wildebeest migration. Next door, it looks like the hyenas are enjoying a cozy siesta. But hyenas should never be underestimated. Even though it can seem that butter wouldn't melt in their mouths, their bad reputation is not unjustified. A clear signal. It's time for the wildebeest to move on. And we're staying with them. The herd stretches out to maybe 40 kilometers in length. For many young animals, it's a first test of strength. The destination for this stage of the trek is a dusty riverbank. That's where the wildebeest want to cross the river, but there's a problem. The river is occupied. Although hippopotamuses are vegetarians, they are incredibly heavy, so it's a better idea to wait until the swimming pool is free again. At last. The herd immediately gets going. There's no time to lose. While the first animals have found a soft spot from which to leap into the water, the bulk of the animals are heading towards the steep banks. This young animal was unable to keep up and has become separated from the group. Tired, it steps into the mud to cross the water. Where are the others? The herd doesn't wait for stragglers. This young animal only has one chance. It has to reach the other bank, where the other wildebeest have already arrived. Sometimes life can be cruel. Made it. That was close. The giraffes noticed nothing of this drama, even though their long necks allow them to see far across the Serengeti. But at the moment, they're enjoying their meal of acacias. It gets dark from 1 minute to the next in the Serengeti. It's the time the hunters come out. We're glad to reach our lodge in time. In the light of the new day, it becomes clear that the killers of the savannah have struck again. Meanwhile, the lappet-faced vulture is considering which table he should dine at today. Two of its relatives are already waiting, as is a jackal. They're all hoping the hyena will share for once, but they're out of luck. What's the Lion King doing today? He is battling flies. In the 80s, the fly plague had decimated the lion population to a few dozen animals. But now the number of lions in the Serengeti has increased again, although they still suffer dreadfully. This is recycling Serengeti style. One animal's waste is a dung beetle's banquet. Meanwhile, the wildebeest herd is loudly setting off again. The animals always follow the same ancient rhythm. They instinctively set off on the laborious path to their next stop, the birthing plain. The animals' pilgrimage is about to undergo its first big highlight, one we definitely don't want to miss.
Male has a big one, which means it's easier to know that is male. Female has not that one.
Smaller one,
yeah.
That's correct, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, under the neck.
The birthing plain is the only place the wildebeest spend any length of time. Then the Serengeti is transformed into a delivery ward for 3 weeks. 8,000 calves are born here every day. But it's not all plain sailing. Wildebeest giving birth for the first time often associate their offspring with pain and won't let them feed as a result. In that case, the young calf doesn't stand a chance. If it gets accepted by the herd, it still has to make sure it doesn't get trampled on. Who is watching who here? We're greeting a very fresh member of the herd. It's always difficult at first. The birthing plain seems to have an invigorating effect on other animals too. This ostrich has a testosterone rush that has turned him quite red. He probably doesn't know yet that he will have to pay a lot in maintenance. A few bushes down, the cheetah family are napping to help them digest. But even though their stomachs are full to the brim, there's no harm in keeping an eye open for seconds. These potential seconds consist of a sizable herd of Thompson's gazelles. The young bucks are testing their strength for the first time. The herd is in luck. The cheetahs are too full up to be really interested. That's why this gazelle is feeling pretty safe with her young. But she isn't. This hyena would just love to destroy the idyll. The mother senses that something is amiss and flees. The hyena is looking for its prey, but that's not so easy. Although the fawn is all on its own now, it doesn't yet have its own smell. Will the mother's tactic work? Luckily, the trick was successful. The enemies weren't able to find the young gazelle. Frustrated, the hyena wanders off. And now that the coast really is clear, the mother and her young can set off for the protection of the herd. Let's toast to that.
Yeah, it's Robertson Shiraz from South Africa.
We're happy everything went well this time and enjoy a pleasant end to the day. The next day, the herd set off very early, led by the restless zebras. Evidently, they are early risers. The wildebeest have left the birthing plain behind and are heading towards their next destination in northern Tanzania. It's a tranquil lake that is the attraction for more than 8 million hooves. Here, the thirsty animals can have a good drink without worrying about dangerous predators. We too are enjoying this oasis. The lake has something for everyone, whether loners or more sociable types. Of course, the elephants also appreciate this peaceful place. To make sure the lush grass doesn't go straight on their hips, the animals go power walking around the lake. The normally hectic impalas are in a very relaxed mood. Well, not all of them. Buffaloes can't really cope with such rushing around. It seems as if nothing could cloud this picture of paradise. Even the lions are surprisingly peaceful here. What would befit such a lovely spot better than a happy song?
You can play with your little finger.
How did it go again?
Exactly. Okay. E major. Okay. Exactly. Good. Super. Thanks.
But then, cracks start to appear in this paradise. A storm brews up overnight. When it finally stops raining, we set off in search of the wildebeest herd again. It has withdrawn a little, and they've picked up some dangerous followers. Wild dogs. Agitated, the herd splinters apart because the dogs are starting a hunt. In the end, the pack comes out on top. We retreat and get stuck in the mud. And to make matters worse, the next downpour has arrived. A bad day is coming to an end. The next day, the bad patch is over. Paradise is back. After the rain, the animals regain their joie de vivre and the flora explodes into colour. By the way, blue, signs of manhood amongst Guénons, stands for particularly active individuals. Active like this. Nevertheless, the time has come for the wildebeest to leave this beautiful spot because the way to Kenya is long. The animals now face the most dangerous section of their migration. There is a tricky river behind this forest clearing. They have to cross it. When we approach, we're greeted by a hostile reception committee. Even so, at first glance the river seems very pleasant. Waterbuck have found a home here. As have tortoises. And an entire family of geese seems to be living in the neighbourhood. Not to mention Mr. and Mrs. Baboon. But something isn't right here. Crocodiles are the true kings of the river, and almost every animal has to come here to drink. The two giraffes look around nervously, which is just as well. The giraffes can sense the enemy doesn't sleep. But their thirst is greater than their fear. Maybe the crocodiles are waiting for easier prey, but they're definitely hungry because they've already killed one giraffe. Now the first wildebeest have reached the river successfully. They're expected. The inimitable warning cry of the hammerkop announces the impending danger. Even the fat monitor lizard thinks it's better to get away. A second attempt. Although the crocodiles are patrolling, they aren't attacking. Not this time. We also need a break, here at the river that looks so harmless. The next morning starts with a surprise. There are evidently animals who are quite unperturbed by the crocodiles in the water. The sleepy baby hippo can't see who is coming up behind it, but the crocodile has already got its target in its sights. Finally, the young hippopotamus has recognized the danger. The family are outraged. Back to the wildebeest. Fear is written over the wildebeest's faces as the crocodiles get into position. The crocodiles want to live too. Afterwards, it brings the prize to the safety of the pool that serves the crocodiles as a larder. Meanwhile, our herd are gathering for their big performance. And what a performance it is. It's called The Revenge of the Wildebeest. The silence that follows is almost eerie. The wildebeest have made it. Together, they have defeated the enemy. They have left the Ngorongoro crater behind. Ahead of them is Kenya, the wildebeest's promised land. The wildebeest will spend the next few months on the fertile plateau. Only when the dry season reaches Kenya will the animals return to Tanzania. Then they will have to go on the dusty, thirsty trek all over again, just the other way round. And then the wildebeest will meet their old acquaintances again. But for us, it's time to say goodbye. The only question that remains is, who do the wildebeest belong to? Kenya or Tanzania? But that's a different story.
The socially complex chimpanzee, the erudite elephant, the fastidious bird, the inventive boldest spider, the design-minded termite, the inquisitive dolphin, or the inimitable octopus. Which is the most intelligent? With their complex social lives,
coordinated behaviors they casually carry out, and emotions that seem to stream from their faces. Chimpanzees are so much more than simply smart. Born with brains of immense capacity, our simian cousins are fast learners. Using twigs and stones as tools, chimps can pry treats out of hidden crevices. Living in flexible communities, smaller groups come and go. With their long memories and ingrained social bonds, they can even remember individuals they haven't seen for long periods of time. Bonds formed in early days of rough and tumble grow into friendships that often last a lifetime. Communication in the world of chimps is not only tactile, but also behavioral, facial, or vocal. When one finds an abundance of food, it will often be barked out loudly to call others to the feast. Such is the empathy of these long-fingered apes that they have been seen removing splinters from their fellow chimpanzees. During the decade it takes for a chimpanzee to fully mature, there is a great deal it must learn. Knowing what is a threat and what is not is vital information. Much like humans, their facial expressions often betray their emotions. Bared teeth and lip puckering indicate fear and worry in the face of what could be an unknown threat. Swinging on vines, it's easy to see the strength of these adult chimps and their youthful love of play. Living a life of reasoned thought, skill learning, social complexity and relationship forming, as well as their capacity for deep emotion, chimpanzees are not only more intelligent than most other mammals, but they also have a dexterity and agility above and beyond most others. They may not have a spoken language, but often words are not needed. These super bright chimps have been known to use plants medicinally, with certain plants only eaten by those that appear unwell. Are these simians the smartest animal around? Family-oriented, social and extremely loyal, the ties that bind this family group are made and strengthened by a complex array of vocal and tactile communication, by behavior patterns and knowledge passed down through generations, and a memory that outclasses our own. The superior intelligence of the elephant allows them to think, to feel, and to remember. Led by a dominant matriarch, herds of females and their daughters stay together for life. Social bonds are strong, care of the young is shared, and the wisdom of the matriarch respected. She will lead them to hidden minerals, to food, to water, and away from danger. Behind the mass and power of these beautiful beasts is a huge brain that feels emotion and understanding to a degree rarely seen in any animal. Elephants feel grief to such an extent that they appear to mourn their dead, staying with the body, and sometimes covering it with dirt and leaves. Such is the remarkable memory of an elephant that, if wronged, they have been known to seek revenge years, even sometimes decades later. These thoughtful giants also show compassion to such a degree that they have been seen going to the aid of strangers, even humans. Intellectually and emotionally superior to most of their neighbors, as far as we know, such a range of understanding and emotion is not held by any of the other savanna animals. bull elephants fight for the right to mate, brains and brawn collide. Their adaptable trunk turns into weapons, pushing and thrusting for victory. When new calves are born, they are a celebration for the entire herd. They will learn all they can from the wise females that make up their extended family, and with whom they will spend many years. Tactile animals, they stay close to one another. Staying nearby is a necessary survival tactic for a calf. But surrounded by such a wall of loyal protection, there is little to fear. Both African and Asian elephants share the same large brain and superior intelligence. Using their great power to effortlessly move obstacles and find food, the dexterity of these largest of land animals is truly extraordinary. The huge durian fruit that litter the forest are protected by thorn-covered husks. Cracking this spiked barrier with a giant foot, elephants have learned how to access its soft, creamy flesh. Combining the delicate flexibility of their trunk